Order. All right. We have the pastor from Undying Baptist Church. Pastor Mulgrew is there. Before I start, I just wanted to put it out there that this is the first commission meeting that Jim is going to be our administrator by himself, so he's on his maiden voyage. So just bear with him and bear with us. We'll get through this. I'll start with the roll call. Zone 1, present. Zone 2, here. Zone 3, Zone 4, and I'm here. Ceremonial matters, Pastor Mulgrew, would you come up and give us the invocation, and then we will have the Pledge of Allegiance.
Every our hands. Blessed be the name of the Lord God Almighty, the Holy One of Israel, the Lord of hosts is thy name. Oh, give thanks unto the Lord, for he is good, and his mercy endures forever. Lord God, our Father, in the name of Jesus, we just come to gather here today, oh Lord God, as we have the commission meeting. We ask and we pray, oh Lord God, that we would have a peaceful and structured meeting. We ask and pray that all decisions be made for, amen, in the best of every citizen, taxpayer citizen here in the city of Lake Helen. We ask and we pray also that you just guide everybody, this commissioners, decision makers, and amen, and all that you, amen, lead over the meeting before, amen, you're King of Kings and Lord of Lords. We ask and we pray, oh Lord God, these things we ask and we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for everybody that's come and showed up tonight. We're going to start off with, we have any modifications or deletions in the agenda from any of the commissioners. I will speak to a couple that I see. And number 5, delete number 5, approval of the minutes, because you'll see it will appear under the consent agenda with the approval of the minutes. So we'll eliminate number 5. On 13, which is the commission city administrator's report, A and B, the update on the ECHO grant and the Volusia Forever, that will be behind the rest of the agenda. The reason for that is because it's probably going to take a little bit more time. So for that reason, we put it at the end. So the first one will be the city impact fees discussion. That would be the new A or 1. The next one will be the update on the vacancies for the advisory board. And there'll be the BTR discussions, March events reminder, and then we go to the update for the Lake Helen Echo project, and then the last one will be the Forever Lake Helen, Volusia Forever Lake Helen Conservation Project. Is that all okay? All right.
Mayor?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
A couple of others, I think
Yes.
you'd asked me, and again, this is working on the first agenda, so the next April will be there, but you wanted the commission reports to be right before number 14 for the closing remarks.
Yeah, well, since you'd already made up, I said on the next
Okay.
commission meeting that generally what we have is the commissioners give their reports at the end of the meeting, so
Okay. We can
we can leave it where it is
We
now.
can do that, all right.
Okay.
And the other I handed out with you, the police chief would like to add an item in reference to an appointment to the police retirement board.
I have that. That is the retirement, that is an additional officer that will be, where would that be?
You can put that under new business.
New business, that'd be fine. Okay.
I would like to add an item for 250 John Street.
Here, I'm sorry.
Like to add to the item in new business under 250 John Street, the Jimmy Martin property.
So now we're down to the presentation to the commission, proclamations for the water conservation. Proclamation, the mayor's proclamation, so all of the commissioners don't necessarily have to sign it. It reads this way, and this is for April, declaring April to be Water Conservation Month. Whereas water is a basic and essential need of every living creature, and whereas the state of Florida Water Management District and the city of Lake Helen working together to increase awareness about the importance of water conservation. And whereas the city of Lake Helen and the state of Florida has designated April typically a dry month when water demands are most acute. Florida's Water Conservation Month to educate citizens about how they can help save Florida's precious water resources. And whereas the city of Lake Helen has always encouraged and supported water conservation through various educational programs and special events, and whereas every business, industry, school, citizen can make a difference when it comes to conserving water. And whereas every business, industry, school, citizen can help by saving water and thus promote healthy economy and community. And whereas outdoor irrigation comprises a large portion of water use, I will encourage the citizens and the businesses to focus on efficiency. Now therefore be resolved that by virtue of the authority vested in me, Mayor of the City of Lake Helen, I here proclaim the month of April as Water Conservation Month. And whereas the City of Lake Helen, Florida is calling upon each citizen and business to help protect our precious resources by practicing water saving measures and becoming more aware of the need to save water. And this, the 26th year of Water Conservation Month, there will be a special focus on improving. This was a application that was sent to me, and it can help and hurt. It can help a lot of people that are hurting from this particular. This is called Problem Gambling Awareness Month. And whereas problem gambling is a serious public health issue, family, legal, and other costs, including high risk of suicide. And whereas it is estimated over 200,000 Florida adults of diverse ages, race, ethnicity, and socioeconomic status suffer from past gambling, developing such difficulties, constituting 4.6% of the adult population ages 18 and older. And whereas it is of further importance to note that these statistics do not account for the youth who are increasingly and deceptively being exposed to gambling concepts and are in increased risk for developing gambling-related problems. And whereas a societal issue, with 8 in 10 additional people by every problem gambler, increases the effect by an estimate of an additional 1.5 million individuals, with conservative projections social costs amounting to more than $9 billion nationally each year. And there, a problem gambling is treatable for those who seek help, which minimizes the harm to Floridians and to the state as a whole. And whereas the Florida Council of Compulsive Gambling, the FCCCG, Public Awareness Campaign provided an opportunity to make potential adverse effects of gambling, as well as social, legal, financial, and emotional impact, and the individuals and available supports. And whereas free referrals to problem gambling resources and support included to licensed certified treatment providers, self-help as the OPPG, FCCG, the Peer Connected Program, financial supports, and legal resources. Many more are readily available to all Floridians by calling or texting 888, individual, professional, or other organization dedicated to the assisting of those in need can participate in raising awareness and preventing problem gambling by promoting the statewide confidential, multilingual, toll-free, 24/7 88 admitted problem gamblers helpline. Whereas the City of Lake Helen can demonstrate its support by addressing problem gambling by raising public awareness through declaration of proclamations of the month of March of 20 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in the City of Lake Helen. Therefore, I, Vernon Burton, Mayor of the City of Lake Helen, City of Florida, State of Lake Helen, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2024 as Problem Gambling Awareness Month in the City of Lake Helen. That's yeah, a lot to read. Okay, so down the agenda, the consent agenda. I assume that everybody's either read the last month's agenda. If there are any questions or any comments.
I have a quick comment. I recall on 9A from last month, we made a motion for staff, directing staff to provide recommendations on a donation policy. And I've since spoken with Mr. Gleason in reference to that. We have plenty of time on that because, we'll be planning our budget. So I do believe that this is going to come back up at budget time, but I just wanted to confirm.
So that was 9A?
Yes, from last month.
Since I'm hearing no comments on the approval of the minutes about accepting the bills paid, does anybody have any questions about the bills? No questions?
Yes.
Yep.
You got my card?
Okay, hold on one second.
I'm sorry, we're here for the commission first.
Wait. Chris?
Bravo, Ron Fair.
Okay. All right. You want to come up?
Sure, unless you guys have any questions first.
Well, what we're
I
doing,
can clarify.
well, is so that we can prove it. If you have any questions, we can address that before we go beyond that.
If it's okay with the public that submitted the blue cards, I'm going to adjust some of your numbers to coincide with what the agenda has been moved around to.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, Ron Parrott. Ron Parrott, 451 West Michigan Avenue, Lake Helen. I got a question that concerns you, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
You were reimbursed for $431. The first time I saw it come out, there was no description. The second time I seen it come out, it was travel to Tallahassee. Can I ask you what business you were doing in Tallahassee?
Yes. It was talked about the City of Lake Helen as well as the Boys and Girls Club, which I'm a member of the Boys and Girls Club. We go up for an annual advocacy day. And we advocate the state of Florida because there are about 33 clubs throughout the state of Florida. And in the city, in the Volusia County, Flagler, there are 9 clubs. And we have a city commission, we have a city Boys and Girls Club in the city here. So I go up and I represent the city as well as meeting other the politicians. And for that $433 or $130 was what we call travel expenses, mileage. So I get mileage to go up. The Boys and Girls Club pays for my lodging, so the city doesn't have to pay for that, and they take care of the meals. So this is what we've been doing, that I've done for the past 6 years.
Is the commission approve this? The Boys and Girls Scout Club should be paying for your travel. That's my feeling.
Okay.
Okay. Second question, I noticed there's like 7 TD service cards. How many credit cards do we have out? Because they total up to $10,000 this month. You know, who has the credit cards?
Well, I'll ask
Because
my,
years ago, we had problems with too many credit cards being out, and they got reeled back in.
I'll let the clerk answer that.
There's just one?
There's one credit card.
All right, somebody likes it. Who has the credit card? You? And they just come to you to purchase? All right.
And I also made mention of the fact when I looked over the bills that it showed my travel expenses, but it had a blank space. So I did speak about that. It was, I won't call it an oversight, but it was something that I also.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, on the bills, yes? Do you have a card?
Yes, I did not, I'll give you one. Following up on Mr. Perrick's comment, did the commission give some type of direction on what they wanted you to represent them on? Any pinpoints that you were talking about or discussing, representing the city?
No, they did not give me direction, primarily because the fact that when we go up, we're representing the entire Boys and Girls Club as well as the city Lake Helen Club. So funds that we get from that club will also be available. So it was not something that we were given directions on. What we do when we go up is to speak to all of the representatives. The benefit that we have by going up there is that the representatives that would be on the committees that also would sign checks or send money over, they're people, those are the representatives that we can also represent our city in other measures.
Yeah, I understand that. I know you've done that previously, being on the dais as vice mayor, but my question is what direction did the commission approve to have those expenses and to have those discussions? I'm just wondering, because you went up to represent the Boys and Girls Club, and then you also spoke with representatives. So I'm just wondering, why would the city pay those type of expenses when it wasn't, you work as a body, not just the mayor, you work as a body together. And I mean, that opportunity, if you have that personally and have those conversations, personally as Vernon, rather than representing the city as the mayor.
Well, anywhere I go as the mayor, I'm representing the city
At what capacity?
as the mayor. Wherever I am, whatever event that I'm in, I'll show you my schedule. Wherever I go, where the mayor is representing the city of Lake Helen. That's what my job is.
I believe that if it was given the opportunity for the commission to give guidance on some of the topics that they would have liked to have mentioned, that it would have been more acceptable. But I didn't hear any votes or anything in regards to expenses prior to,
It was discussed and it was approved.
for expenses.
Yes,
Okay, I'll go back and look
that's
in the
just
minutes.
mileage, that's not expensive.
Well,
There's a
that's
difference.
still an expense to our
Thank you.
taxes. Thank you.
Anyone else? Next one is the consideration,
You didn't approve,
I'm sorry,
you didn't approve it.
we're going to do all of them at once
Oh,
No, the consent agenda.
on the consent
You
agenda?
gotta approve the consent agenda.
Consent agenda? Without, you want me to go through all the,
No, I just want you, I don't think we had a motion and a second and a vote.
no, we didn't.
Consent.
Um, Okay,
He's going through each one of them individually, then coming back and
And then
going
ask
to
for
ask for a vote.
Oh, okay, my bad. I thought you were moving on.
consideration of the monthly variance report. City Administrator?
I know when I was interviewed and early on, that I've been told that members have been asking for some time for a monthly report.
Can you speak up?
That the board had been requesting a monthly report, the status of the budget. I've been working with Zach, the contract finance director. I wanted to get something on the February agenda, excuse me, the March agenda. So this is the February report that was through February 6th, and it's a format that we'll be using going forward. The difference is that the timing of our meetings being the second Thursday and the reconciliation of the bank statement, credit cards, and what have you, won't have this report be in the packet ahead of the meeting time. So the report will be 1 month behind. So each month, so when we talk on April, you'll be looking at the official February report, because this one was through the 26th. And so what it will show you is the original budget, if there was a revised budget, and then the actual, and then remaining balance, and then it'll give you the percentage of what's used. The format follows the budget line items that are broken down in the general fund under departments, legislative, executive, legal, administrative, other general government, parks and rec, police, and it also includes your stormwater, your impact fee, and your utility fund. And there will be a total, which is really the key number to look at on where you would be. In an ideal world, we'd be at 41.6% through the end of February, and the general fund is at 40% at this point in time. There are line items within departments that may be over, but the overall general fund is tracking. But again, this is a budget I inherited, so as we go on, we'll learn what line items were over, and we'll, as a group, discuss those as we prepare the new budget, and some things may get some additional funding, or we may have to prioritize some of the items that we do. But at least you'll be seeing a report monthly giving you that. So when we go into budget season, it won't be a surprise. You'll know where we're at, you'll know how we're tracking, and you'll be able to ask questions each month as we go along.
Okay, thank you. As I'm understanding, what we normally do with the consent agenda, we have the approval of the meetings. That means that the commissioners have read the minutes from the previous meeting. If there's any questions, then we'd be brought up. Accepting of the bills, just like we just went over the bills, then the commissioners would then go over the bills, and then that would be something that we would have to either to discuss or a question be brought up. The other thing what City Administrator just mentioned is that this is something new, which is a monthly variance report, which will be another part of the review that the commissioners will have to do. So expecting that the commissioners have made that review, and that the consent agenda is now, I'm calling for a motion that we can approve the consent agenda based on the things that we've just now heard. Yes, that was what was asked.
What was the question?
Yes.
What was the question? I didn't.
He requested I'm prepared to accept the consent agenda as read.
Yes.
I make a motion to accept consent agenda.
Commissioner Bishop made the motion. Is there a second? Mr. Rutledge, second. We have a vote. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One opposed? Two opposed? Three carries. It passes. Moving right along to old business. Last month was the Black History Month, and before the end of, because so many things are going on, we did not get a chance to read the proclamation to observe Black History Month. I'm going to read it now, and it's back. Oh, that was done? Whereas each year Black History Month is observed on February, and whereas the origin of Black History Month date back to 1915, when Carter G. Woodson founded the organization known today as Association for the Study of African American Life and History. And whereas observing Black History Month provides opportunities to gain a deeper understanding of African American history and acknowledge the centuries of struggles for equality and freedom. And whereas Black History Month is also celebrates the achievements and contributions that African Americans have made in shaping our country, society, and communities. And whereas every year the Association for the Study of African American Life and History sets a theme for Black History Month. And the theme for 2024 is Black Resistance. Whereas this year's Black History Month theme is a call to everyone to study the history of Black Americans and responses to establish safe spaces where Black life can be sustained, fortified, and respected. And now, therefore, the Mayor of the City of Lake Helen, I do hereby proclaim in the past February as Black History Month, and I urge all citizens to join me in the special observance of the City of Lake Helen, signed on 15th of February, 2024. Done. Moving on to 9, new business, artwork in the Royal Park. I have one, Nancy Weary.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I have shared with you, I saw on the agenda, there's a recent request for artwork on the Royal Park bathroom. And I wanted to do a reminder that I spoke about this 2 years ago with the then City Commission in a series. I have shared that with you all and given you a little backstory on that for those of you that may not have been here. When we consider doing the murals, I think that we should incorporate all of the issues, environmental, teaching, all of the things, not just the City of Lake Helen, but as you can see here, I've incorporated the park, the lake, and all of the attributes of all of them. So I hope that you will consider these.
Hi, may I speak? I didn't put a card in it.
Come right up and give your name.
Okay, thank you. My name is Connie Hughes, 386 North Lakeview Drive, Lake Helen. I believe I gave a copy of this to all the commissioners about a month and a half ago. Yes, it's in the packet. The purpose of this, I am leaving Lake Helen after 20 years, and I wanted to leave a gift behind for the kind people that I have met here. That's the whole reason for doing this. The other reason is that when people come to the lake, they're not certain it's Lake Helen. I have many people come to visit and they want to know exactly where the lake is. So I asked, I have made an appointment with an artist who is ready to go, and I would be happy to give this as a gift to the City of Lake Helen for the years that I have been here. And I hope you will approve the matter. Thank you very much.
So your request is that you will, you and I spoke about this. You said that you had a friend who was an artist.
No, I have the lady who owns the creative space in DeLand, does murals, and she has put together this design and is ready to go, and I am willing to pay for it, and I hope you will approve it.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
I know Jenny Bell. I'm friends with her, and I would.
Can we keep all of the conversations this way? Keep at 3 minutes. You have yours.
I know Jenny Beth. I wasn't sure who had submitted that artwork. I know Jenny Beth. I'd be more than happy to work with them so that we have something that, like I said, that's educational. And although that says Lake Helen and it's cute, this is really, if this brings together all of the elements of the lake and the park, it really shows the history. There's one of these that is planned, that I had planned for each one of the parks. I've done the mural work here. I was the first one to bring the murals here, and it's been a long process the last couple of years for different reasons. I would really like to see us step up and showcase, and I have no problem working with Connie or Jenny Beth or anybody on this.
Thank you. That is a request that has been made. It hasn't been a motion or a comment. You want to speak about this? Anyone want to speak about it? Oh.
I think it's wonderful that we have two individuals that want to enhance our public spaces with artwork. What a beautiful thing. It sounds like you all are willing to work together, so my suggestion would be that we, if that's agreeable to both parties, that we just move forward in that way and approve some type of combination together. of the-
This is a gift I want to give you. If you do not
Okay,
want
so
my
just the
gift,
art.
then I want no part of it.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Pardon me?
The last name again is
Connie Hughes.
Ms. Hughes. I'm sorry that you feel that way. Your artwork that you want to present is nice. However, most of our emblems in Lake Helen seem to have the same theme. They're round. We've got, Lake Helen emblem everywhere in City Hall. I think presenting everything that Lake Helen stands for with education and the lakes and the parks is a very good idea. I do think most people do know when they're in Lake Helen, we're only 4 miles square. Also, I think that this project has been being worked on and presented 3 years ago. It's just been delayed like many other things has been delayed. And I appreciate your willingness to donate, but if you can't work together,
I'm leaving.
I know, I know.
I'm leaving.
Soon? Are you leaving soon?
Very soon.
Okay. But isn't your friend the one that would be available to work
Let's put
with?
it this way. This was a gift that I wanted to give you. If you don't want it, then fine. If you do, fine.
Okay.
Because if the more,
To get what she's saying, the more art you add to it, the more it's gonna cost. She had planned on paying for what she submitted. And I will say, people do know they're in Lake Helen, but I have been asked many times over the years, is this actually Lake Helen Lake? Because we do have more than one lake. So people do not always know that's Lake Helen Lake, so. That's just my 2 cents. There you go.
Well, this is nothing against you, Ms. Hughes. But when I envision your artwork, I envision something that depicts past history of the area that it's in. And even though a lot of people, when they get into town, we don't have that many signs that says Lake Helen Lake or says Royal Park. One of the things that we need to get back into is some of the stuff that's in the downtown master plan, which includes the historical looking old fashioned signs like they've been putting up in D-Land that designate the directions towards the different parks and the lakes and the sites that we have. If there was some way of having a mural that had like Mr. Royal overlooking the lake on it or something like that with Lake Helen underneath it, something like that, that would be awesome. But I appreciate your wanting to donate what you're donating.
Okay, I believe that Ms. Hughes has spoken to me on a number of occasions a while ago, and she did put that particular drawing out up to me. I thought it was a good idea, but the commission is the one that makes the decision. So, are there any motions?
I haven't, I gave you a card.
Aren't there more than one walls on that one wall on that building? No?
You only see one side of it.
Yeah, well, unless you're at the lake.
Let me see.
So, and I'm assuming you're willing to donate yours.
Yeah.
And can,
Oh,
It's okay, I will
there
fix them.
isn't any blue.
I will fix them afterwards, there's no more blues.
This is on the lake, Kelly Fresca.
I was just gonna emphasize that, that Ms. Weary had offered to do this also as a donation on all of the projects that she's, presented and discussed with the city prior. So that, am I right? That's still, okay. Thank you for mentioning that. In our downtown master plan, it includes artwork that represents our history and our culture. So, I think that you hit the nail on the head with Commissioner Vice Mayor Eckert with the incorporation of not just our, our name, Royal Park, and where we're located, but a little bit into that history. And that was just a rough draft on what she had as far as the inside picture. Because, am I right? Yeah.
But it's reflective of our native
Yeah.
animal, wildlife, and all of that.
Yeah, it's not the exact, it is something that can be rendered and more directed. I'm really sorry that, Ms. Hughes doesn't want to work together, but I know you had said that you would be more than happy to. So that, and when I say you, I mean Nancy Weary on that.
You have more than one mural you want to do?
It's all the, I work on the
Right.
cars.
So why can't you do,
It's not my choice. It's not my choice what you guys decide. I'm just saying the ones I've done are reflective of each part individually. It's not just the name of the city, it's of the park,
the
the lake. It's inclusive of all of the elements.
my only thing is I'm trying to just be fair, and can't we just let more than one person do artwork?
Well, if you recall, the entire plan of the one murals and everything that I do in the city incorporates community engagement. These were gonna be drawn out, and we were gonna invite everybody from the community to come and paint a part, so everybody had a part, children, adults, seniors, whoever, so everybody had a part in this mural, and it wasn't Nancy Weary's mural or Connie Hughes' mural. It was everybody, a community mural that kind of brought everybody together, was the plan.
But you still have plans to do other murals
Yes,
in other parks.
yes.
So this one seems to be an issue. Why could we give her one and then you still have the others that you're
That's
planning
fine,
to do?
but you have a mural that says Lake Helen, that is at Royal Park with our namesake lake, that I know there's been talk about building a pavilion there that was gonna be for educational purposes. You have a lake where you can showcase native vegetation, whether it's aquatic or land. You've got animals that you can portray in these pictures and make it a true learning experience, which I think nowadays people are kind of into because it's multi-level. So,
Yeah, like I said, I'm just trying to be fair, because who knew this was gonna be a problem?
It doesn't have to be.
I know, I'm just saying, it's,
One thing about art basically is in the eye of the beholder. It's not something that you have an exclusive right to, that you can only decide that this is art and that isn't. I would say that there is an opportunity for someone to do something. That right up there on that wall there is art. That's art. My mother made 4 of those panels up there. It was just art. It was something that was contributed to the city without necessarily having their name on it. That wasn't the issue. The issue was that someone thought enough of our city who wanted to do something that would benefit the city at no expense. So I don't know why there's a problem. why there would be a problem if someone were to make that offer. I haven't heard anyone else making the opportunity available. But as this is not going to bog us down, Ms. Hughes, I know your heart. I know you explained this to me. So I'll just ask, is there a motion on the floor?
There's a card. You got a card.
Kurt. Oh, there he is. Thank you.
I'm gonna make this short and sweet. Kurt, I live in Lake Helen. It's not very often somebody comes to the commission to want to give you something free. This young lady has lived in this community for 20 years. I don't know her. I've never met her. It's a gift. Would any of you turn down a gift from somebody that cared about you or cared about the community? Now, I know Nancy has her stuff that she wants to do, but we're asking for one spot. One spot that a resident who's been in this city for 20 years. It's a no-brainer. Really, it is. And if anybody votes no on this, shame on them, because then you really don't care or have any concerns about your lifelong residents that have been here for so long. And that's all I gotta say.
Thank you. Are there any more comments about this? Okay, I'll take a motion. Motion?
I make a motion that we allow Connie to do the wall at the lake due to the fact there are others still available.
Do we have a second? No second?
I have some comments.
Comments, please do.
I'll second it.
Okay,
I was mentioning to her that since we're in the middle of making a motion, she can't make a comment on it until there's a second, so I'm seconding it so she can make her comments.
Thank you, brother.
Okay, so it seems to me that we could accommodate both. I mean, we have, this does say Lake Helen, and I know that Ms. Leary's also says Lake Helen. I don't see any reason we couldn't modify that. It seems like this might take a little bit longer to get going. And maybe if this was moved up towards the top of it, scaled down, we could do both. But I mean, they're both lovely, and I really appreciate the gesture, and like you all have been saying. So I think it's a wonderful gift. Thank you.
Could you restate the motion? The motion is to,
Allow Connie to do that wall in light of the fact there are other murals to be done.
thank you. We have a motion, I have a second, I have a vote. Zone 1,
Yes.
Zone 2,
Yes.
Zone 3, Zone 4,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Thank you, Connie. Jim,
That's an open general public.
okay. We're at 10.
Yes.
We're-
What about John
John Street, it hasn't come.
Street? That's a 9, didn't it?
Oh, yeah.
You did? 9, what is that?
John Street, 9B.
9B for John Street. You have a comment?
All about that.
Thank you.
Is Ranger James in the audience? Okay, Ranger James came up to me and reminded me that there was some property on the north side of John Street. It's 250 John Street. It used to be called Jimmy Martin's Fernery property. It is now owned or being managed by Citron Investments Group. It's 45 to 60 acres. I'm not exactly sure how many parcels are involved in it. And it is going up for auction. It is a large swampy area with a man-made lake. It's got a couple old dilapidated houses that are falling apart. And it is in the prime area for stormwater discharge into it. I would like any other commissioners comment on it, see what they think about doing something with the property.
I do know, well, I know we have a packet at City Hall somewhere with information about this property, and I was told, I think there's like $200,000 worth of liens on it. My only other concern, and I don't know that for a fact, I heard that. My only other concern is, that property was once a fernery. So, I don't know about the environmental
Been over 10 years ago.
of the,
Completed by
so, that's it. And so I'm assuming that when it goes up to auction, they're gonna want at least the loan amount off.
Just have the yellow ones right there.
And according to the property appraiser's website, its just value is $143,100. It is a large amount of acreage. We have no parks on the north side of town, which is above Main Street. This would be a great area for us to have a park and some horse riding trails in, because there's a lot of horse people up in that area. And I'm hoping, and if it's all right, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Do you have a comment on this video?
Video requested on John Street.
Radio off on 715 McKinsey Road, and of course, I live across from that property. Sorry. It's me, okay. I live across from that property, and in order to do anything with it, I would love to see it bought and nothing else done with it. But I do know that because of the pesticides and herbicides that have been used on that property, it is very toxic. So it just depends upon whether the city would like to buy it. Like I said, it'd be great, then I don't have to have houses across the street from me. But I will tell you that it's very toxic. A number of years ago, I talked to somebody who was doing it. They went down 12 inches and they quit doing anything because it was toxic all the way down there, and they couldn't do anything about it. There is, and I don't know the name of it, I have to ask a friend of mine, if there is some kind of pesticide that was using on that is very hazardous because it's designed to kill some little bug that is in the fernery. So you all just, like I said, I'd be glad not to have anything across the street, and if we could do a park. But I think you need to do some research on it to find out whether it could even be used for that and for people there. And you got, be a great park if it didn't have all this background with it where it was so toxic. Thank you.
Isn't there always standing water there, Betty? Is there, it's like a standing water, it's not flowing, it just...
No, there's,
Bubbles
I
up.
haven't been on that property for
I
some
run by
time.
it and I see it.
Yeah, but it's, and then you can look at the lake that's next door to me, and that's where you can see, that's all the, it came over into my lake. So all of that toxic stuff is in my lake. And that's why we've got all of these weeds and everything else in there. So, I don't know, like I said, I'd love to see something done with it, but I don't know, I think it would be I don't know whether it'd be cost effective for the city to really do anything with it, so.
Thank you.
When was that soil test done?
It wasn't a soil test, it was someone that was working, I think it might have been when Jimmy was still alive, no, it wasn't, he was dead at the time. But somebody went in to test it, I don't know who it was, and like I said, this has been a number of years ago, but I think they were gonna do something with it, and they found so much toxicity in it that they said, no, they gave up, they just said we couldn't do anything with it. So it would have to be super tested, and I mean go down really far to see whether it could be even used. But I do know that any of that stuff that was in that came into my lake, because we're right there. And that's why I've got all these wonderful weeds in my lake that grow so well.
Okay. In that area up there is also the It's got a lot of ground springs in it that bubbles up through the ground and creates a swampland up there, and that's where the deep creek out on the area between Lake Helen and the open county area in the center of Volusia County, that's where a lot of the deep creek area starts at, is up in that area. So that's why the water flows east and goes past Betty O's property, crosses Pervat, goes out that way.
Thank you. Is there a motion, or is that was just a discussion?
Kelly's got more.
You got another card?
Kelly.
Oh, yeah, Kelly.
Well, we're a busy night, aren't we? Lots to talk about. I had the opportunity about 5 years ago when I was running for office, and I spoke with Ranger, and he had expressed how he'd like to see that land preserved. And so that's something that I had worked on, trying to get information on it. Once the Forever, went through on the ballot and things started to roll, I did my research and I found out about Citron Investments. Kind of hit a dead end, but I still, 2 years ago, did an application with Volusia Forever for conservation, for acquiring the property. Unfortunately, at that time, they hit a wall because there was no way to get a hold of anybody. They weren't getting any response. It was just like dead in the water because you can't do anything if you don't respond. Last year, I had spoke with Volusia Forever's director, Tim Telfer, again, and I had informed him that, that this is going to be coming up. So this is something that has been on the radar, and Volusia Forever, would, at the time, was interested in, seeing the application and seeing what could be done. I think that the city, if they were to support it, I think that Volusia Forever might, find that it's a viable one. Now, there is 3 properties. The front property is the, maybe like 30 something, and then there is one that's complete wetlands. And so altogether, I want to say the number is 68. I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but there's 3 parcels included into that. And when I wrote out the application, I represented it as passive recreation, so there would not be a concrete pad or walkway. It would be natural, horses, walks, using the trails, basically, and that's that format. And there usually is a permission to put a small structure for bathrooms and parking for handicap. I think that's the only concrete that goes into that. So just to let you know, I do plan on nominating it again because it is coming up for auction, and it would be a great time to discuss that with Volusia Forever. Full disclosure, I do sit on the Volusia Forever board, and board members have nominated properties in the past because there is no monetary gain from a person nominating a property if you don't have anything to do with it as far as owning it. So just wanted to give a little background on that, and this is a property that I know is very dear to Ranger James's heart, and it's something that he has spoke on several times, and I just wanted to see that come through as possible as it can. So, and give you a full disclosure on that. Thank you.
Does the properties, does the one just east of the well site, is that part of one of the parcels? At the end of John Street where the well's at, just
The end of the,
that's not?
I don't know, no, that's not. It's from the end, somewhere around there, going all the way to Mackenzie, doing like a straight line from please don't take every single word accurate, because I'm trying to remember from muscle memory where the line is.
The reason why I was asking about that road was to see if it was attached to the Corvette Cemetery that's in it.
No, it's not. It's not, it's adjacent, and that was mentioned in the original Volusia Forever application. And those other lots go further back into there, and that is a man-made lake.
Todd?
Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. I don't have a position either way on buying that property, but I would just think that the city would have a fiduciary responsibility to do an environmental study on it before you jump in full force and buy the property. And I would also like to see the city do a feasibility study on how it would impact the city as far as long-term maintenance costs. That's it. Thank you.
May I make one comment?
You don't have it?
on that? I think that's a great idea, Mr. Preston. However, Forever, Volusia Forever, if they find deem that it is a viable opportunity, they do a lot of research and they do a lot of that before we ever start spending money on something that would not come to fruition. So I
Thank you.
understand where he's at. I'm just saying that that's something that Volusia Forever, if they're interested, would be in their process.
Thank you. Any more comments on John Street or any motion?
I just got a question for either the attorney or administrator. You need a motion for us to approve for you guys to look into it?
I don't think, it'd probably be good to give, if you want direction to look into it, yes, just give us direction to look into it. I don't know, I think it's a foreclosure action, that's why it's going up for auction, don't know what the sale is. You can't do much in the way of inspections when you buy property at foreclosure sales. So the bank will have a large judgment. They don't always get their judgment amount. Banks don't want the property back. They want it to be sold. How much they'll take for it, I don't know what their judgment amount is, how much they'll take for the property, I don't know. But heard some statements tonight that there is potentially contamination issues. There are potential contamination issues, so you probably need to look into that somehow. The problem is we can't do it without the owner giving us consent to actually go on the property. So apparently the owner's not available to give us consent. So if it goes through foreclosure and nobody bids, then the bank could become the owner of the property, and then we can work directly with the bank. But you can just give us directions to get as much information as we can, and report back to you.
And I make a motion that the city staff work with the Forever Program staff to check on the viability of the property on John Street, known as the Jimmy Martin's property.
Second.
We have a motion to work with the bank on looking into it. We have a second. Yes, we do. Anything else? Okay, vote. Zone 4. I've got to switch it up now and then. Zone 4? No? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And I'll say yes. Now we get to the quasi-judicial. The quasi-judicial is the Historic Preservation Board. Yes, sir.
There we have the chief's addition.
Oh, that was slid in there? You're right.
Yes, for the retirement board.
Chief Mullen?
I'll make this quick. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, you're good.
Yeah, last month at the Police Retirement Board, we voted in a fifth member, Officer Dane Kraut. While doing the annual report today, I discovered that even though Our board can select a fifth member, it still has to be approved by commission. So before you can officially be on the board, I need your approval.
Okay, can we make a motion to put Dane Kraut on the board of the, as the fifth member of the Police Retirement Board? A motion by, everybody making a motion? Okay, Roger make a motion, now I get a second? Then we'll second, and vote, all in favor? Aye, none opposed? And give, Chief, can I, while you got you up here, I did speak to the city administrator on the 29th of March, the Hispanic.
The Valor Awards?
Right.
Yes.
Do you have somebody? If you
Not right now.
All right, before the 29th, please find somebody. You guys are doing a hell of a job.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, now we have the quasi judicial hearing. Before I begin, is there anyone here that's had any ex parte contact with anyone or any property? No. Okay, then I'll read the script. The Historic Preservation Board, at its last regular meeting, used the criteria set forth in the City of Lake Helen Land Development Code to review and to complete applications and accompanying summaries. Staff requests that the City Commission execute the attached certificate of appropriateness for each application. All parties shall be given the opportunity to present evidence through documents, exhibits, testimony, and other means. All parties shall be given the opportunity to rebut evidence through cross-examination or other means. The applicants will be responsible for recording the executed certificate of appropriateness with the Volusia County Clerk of the Court. There are 4 properties listed. I'll name them by name, and then we can either take a motion and put them all together. 311 West Delaware Avenue. That's a new SFR. What does that mean? Single family. Okay. 351 West Michigan. New screen enclosure. 131 North Euclid, a new roof. And 261 North Lakeview Drive, a new sunroof. Can I get a motion?
Make a motion, we approve items A, B, C, and D, quasi judicial certificate of appropriateness.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Do we have a vote? All in favor, say yes. Aye. I am including, and there is no no's. It is passed. Public forum. Public forum, we've kind of run out of yellow cards, but if you have a yellow card that you wanted to just come up and to have 3 minutes to give whatever, I have, got Kelly Fresker again. Oh, you on this? Oh, this was the yellow card. This was the blue card.
That was the blue card.
Yeah, okay.
Just looks yellow.
Right.
Just
Yeah.
regular.
Just, public comment, Betty O, and that's for the Strawberry Festival.
Betty O'Loughlin, 715 McKinsey Road. Just my question on that, we have an arena just, and it's for anybody to use, the outside, you know, just the practice arena. And the last time the Strawberry Festival was here, they tore it up big time. So my question to you is, have you come up with any charge that, so it can be put back, because we've had to put it back so that it could actually be used with anybody. And they did that, they put that great big truck in there, and it's really, they just tear it up. But it's like they close everything up and then leave, and this is a big mess there. And we'll be having a show, it's the next weekend. So my question would be, how do we do that? I mean, you can't add one more thing to Ricky's list, you know, to do that without some type of compensation.
Okay,
You
so,
know, and we'll do the best we can on it if we have to, but I think that if they're coming in to do stuff, they need to be responsible for that, and actually, they should put it back again, because we've had people that have been working on it and trying to smooth it out. Ricky did work on it, and one of our when we had the show there a couple of weeks ago, they did work on it too, and so it really needs to, but that needs, somebody had said that to me, and I just wanted to bring it to the city's attention on that, that's all.
This is from prior experience that you've had with the previous strawberry festivals, that this was something that you found that was a problem after they left?
Yes, they did it, because they dig that big monster truck
Mm-hmm.
and they run it in that arena and it just kind of tears it up. I mean, I think they're kind of cool myself, but, you know, nobody can go into that arena with a horse when they leave it in the condition that they've left it in. That's my only comment on that. So I don't know whether anything can be done about it. I just wanted to make the city aware of what was going on with that, and that's the best I can do on that.
The Strawberry Festival, it's a contractual arrangement with the city to provide
Yes.
the space?
Mhm.
And in that contract, does it delineate what needs to be done and to?
I don't know that.
I'm just talking to the attorney.
Oh.
Do you know of anything in that contract that would?
I have to look at it. It's probably an event application that they fill out. It's not that's a form of a contract, but it's not a contract per se where we contract with them to do the Strawberry Festival. They fill out an event application and say all the stuff that they're going to do, and then it was approved, presumably by this commission.
Can I ask my city public works director, do you have any comment that you would either have history, knowledge of?
I wasn't here last year on.
That's right. Okay. All right, so we kind of, city
I don't
administrator?
think it'd be unreasonable. I mean, I can get a copy of the Strawberry, their application, but I think it would be reasonable for us to say, you gotta restore the property back to the condition it was when you went in there. So that would be reasonable. Even if that's not in their application, we'll tell them you gotta do that, or we should collect a deposit so that we keep the money if they don't do that.
When was the Strawberry Festival contract? November? November? There was no meeting in November.
It was an application, say contract, they came in and for a special event application that was approved by the commission, I can't remember when it was.
And it must have been done in October. I'd say that because we didn't have a meeting in October. In November, we just had the swearing in. No really meeting. It was when?
It was done, I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. If there's any update we need to do, that we bring it to the attention of the.
Well, there's really no time, isn't it?
It's this weekend.
Yeah, it's this weekend, there's no time to bring it back to y'all. Just say that you expect that they will restore the property to the condition it's in, as it is now. And it may be in there in our standard form language, that they're gonna clean up the property.
They did clean up really good the last time.
I'll leave that to our clerk.
Well, I'm sure staff can reach out to them and say, hey, just, as you're talking about raking it, making it smooth, I guess, getting rid of the truck ruts.
Okay. Public comments. We've all run out of yellow.
No.
Who? Nancy? Yeah? Yellow. Todd Preston, you'd already, that's on the septic tank.
I had something else to say.
Okay. And you want it on the blue or the yellow?
Yellow, public comment.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, we gotta hold.
Sorry about that.
I'll find another one, talk
All
about
right, we
that.
have, crosses for across the lake, Nancy Weary.
Yes.
Cross, right.
Yes. This year, this Easter, March 29th through 31st, will be our 6th year here in the city of Lake Helen. For the first 4 years, we had crosses on city property, including at City Hall. Last year, we had a commissioner complain, and ultimately, they ended up asking us not to place, although the city supported other religious events that weekend. I've talked to Mr. Gleason and asked permission to place our crosses this year, and I think that is something that you all will have to decide. So we're down for the count. I'm going to tell you that the city had a Christmas angel that was up for over a month at City Hall in December, which I think we all love. So, but we cannot be prejudiced to one Christian and not another. So I'd like some direction on allowing the crosses or not allowing the crosses.
Yeah, I agree. There's been quite a bit of discussion about this. Can you hear me?
You guys gotta talk about.
There has been quite a bit of discussion, and I think that we all understand and recognize that in the country that we live in, that we cannot be prejudiced against any other religions, or not, whatever. I personally think that Crosses for Christ is unique, and it has been going on for a while. I would like to see it continue, but everybody must know if may want to, I don't know, put a grass pot out there and also do that. But I would like to go ahead and move forward with the Crosses for Christ.
I can read, probably a good thing for me to do is I'll read you the email I sent to Lee Evans discussing this last year. He emailed me and asked me a question. The cross is not being, this is my response to me, the cross is not being put up. You really can't hear me? Seriously. That's a your issue. Can you hear me now? Yes. Sure? The cross is not being put up by the city as an Easter decoration, but was being placed on city property by a private party. This creates two issues. First, if the city is going to allow a private party to put a sign on city property, then the city basically opens it up to anyone to put a sign on city property. The city could not permit one private party to place a sign on city property because the city supports the message, but then deny a sign proposed by a different party because the city does not support the message. Basically, the city can say no signs or has to allow just about any sign. The second issue is that the cross at Easter has an obvious religious message. Even if the city owned the cross, it would probably be a violation of the Constitution to place only a cross on city property at Easter, just as it is a violation of the Constitution for a city to only place a nativity scene on city property as the only Christmas decoration. Courts have said that violates the Constitution, and to be legal, the nativity scene must be incorporated with other Christmas decorations. That is why in the past I've advised the city to add other Easter decorations with the cross. So that's my same opinion. That's my same opinion now. If you're going to allow crosses, I would put other things up there.
That's what I just said.
Make Easter decoration incorporated as part of a Christmas decoration. I'm not an Easter decoration.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Bunnies, eggs, whatever. Just don't put crosses, because that has obviously religious connotations. And courts have said you can't put just a nativity scene.
I think there's been enough discussion on it where we all kind of got it.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of
So that's still my opinion today.
Okay.
Okay, card has been up here, Cindy Schaefer.
I'll need that microphone. Good evening. Can you hear me? My name is Cynthia Schaefer, and I reside at 459 South High Street here in Lake Helen. On February the 9th, 2024, the city of Lake Helen was served with a certified return receipt demand letter for the damages done to our property located at 459 South High Street, Lake Helen, due to storm water. 30-day response from the city. To date, our attorney has not received any correspondence from the city with concerns to this demand letter. I had a conversation with Roger Eckert, their insurance company. The claim that he placed was denied. Our attorney was contacted by Jasmine Harrell, presumably from the city's insurance, saying that they were denying the claim with the claims of damages to my home. How do you plan to proceed? What do you plan to either resolve this?
Cindy, so let me understand, you filed a claim.
I didn't file
Not a claim, you filed a notice to your attorney
You'll
that
have
was
a letter.
returnable within 30 days. I'll let my attorney speak to that, because I'm sure he's got that.
Mayor, if I could just,
Okay? That's a
Sir,
legal,
Or Mr., is your name Mr. Simmons, correct?
Simpson.
Simpson, are you going to respond to our attorney then, so he knows what you all plan to do? So we know how to plan to go forward?
After I communicate with the insurance company, I'm not going to say I'm going to respond or not respond. I'll have to talk to the insurance company to see what their response is and then give them my client.
Okay.
Could you not receive a response? Yeah, you very easily could not receive a response.
Okay, and that's, well, tell us what we'll need to do to to continue, to file action against the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cindy, William Cherry.
Cherry 311 South Brooklyn Street, Lake Helen, Florida. I'm here about the city ordinance for the sidewalk for the build. My permit for my new construction home was submitted on 9/6/22, approved on 10/24/22. The sidewalk or the sidewalk, whatever the sidewalk permitting for the sidewalk for new construction was approved for 6/8/23, but they still want me to put a sidewalk in front of my new construction home to get my CO. That's one of my holdups, to get my CO for my home. And that's not in my budget to do that. I have my site plan that was submitted to the city of Lake Helen at the time, approved before this ordinance came out. So I'm asking Lake Helen to override me to put a sidewalk in front of my home. Also, I want to say I put a fence on my sidewalk, I put a fence in front of, on my property on 3/6 of 22. It got the final on 12/3 of 22. So I don't have enough space to even put a sidewalk, so I was forced to pay into the sidewalk fund. So I'm asking, again, humbly asking Lake Helen to override my sidewalk, the sidewalk ordinance for the new construction.
Have you spoken to anyone in City Hall, the permit person here? You have some comments on that? Yeah.
Debbie Howell, permitting and zoning. Mr. Terry's permit application came in when the city was having an issue with the sidewalk ordinance, and it was kind of on the edge of who was going to pay into the sidewalk fund or who was going to put into the sidewalk fund. So, I mean, it's really up to the commission on how they want to go with that, because at the time, that's when we were having issues with the sidewalks not being on the site plans in the very beginning, when we had that issue, and that's when the ordinance was changed because there was such a misclarification in the code. And that's when we came back to the new code that we have taken in now that states that everybody within the city puts a sidewalk in or pays in lieu of. The problem with the sidewalks in the city is that a lot of places are dirt roads. We have a lot of places that have acreage that are requiring, I have one property right now that's requiring 770 feet of sidewalk because it's on a 5-acre parcel at the end of a dirt road. So we have to try and come up with a way that we can localize where the sidewalks are gonna go within the city, dedicate trails for whether it's for the bridle path, for the golf carts, or for pedestrians, for hiking, whatever. But dedicate areas in the city where we can actually have the sidewalks installed or repaired. And then other areas of the city, like Volusia County, they don't require sidewalks on larger parcels of property. We have one going in a Kickliter, at the bend, that's a Volusia County property, 5 acres, there's no sidewalk required. So with Mr. Cherry coming in at the very end of it, when we were in that discussion, some of the sidewalks were waived, they weren't required to be put in. So it's up to the commission to determine whether they want Mr. Cherry to put the sidewalk in or if they're gonna waive it. Every new plan that comes in right now has the sidewalk on it. Everybody. All the new permit, ever since that issue came up, everybody's been required to put their sidewalks in. And then, once the sidewalks are on the site plans, they're sent to our city engineer for review to confirm that they are in the right place.
Could you elaborate, how long ago was this? You said there was an issue. What was,
6/8, when you was approved, when it was approved, the sidewalk was approved, 6/8 of 23. But my plans was submitted on 9/6 of 22 and approved on 10/24 of 22. So it's not on my site plan. So I'm just asking, you know, like, again, humbly, to override that sidewalk in front of my house. Plus, there's no other lot on Goodland that's vacant, on that side of the road. My family owns, 2 blocks of that part. So by it, I would be the only one with the sidewalk, but I can't even put a sidewalk there because the city approved me to put a fence there, and there's not even enough space to put a fence, which forced me to pay into the budget when I started building my house.
That's the other problem.
Yeah, this was a big issue before you got up here. If it's not on his site plan, and they're doing all of the site plans now, have them, I personally don't think he should have to pay into it or put up a sidewalk. He was approved not to. So I make a motion that we don't make him put in a sidewalk or pay to the fund.
a motion? Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Then your motion is to not make him put in a sidewalk?
All site plans moving forward, since that issue we had, have them. So we can't, and he's right, there's no place to put one on.
Okay, we have a second.
There's some language, we're looking at, if I can't bear it, there's probably some language, there's authorization for y'all to consider this. And you probably ought to include it in the motion. There's pursuant to section 11.05.00 subpart 2, it says, our code requires that any construction abutting collector arterial roads have a sidewalk. And it says, subsection 2 says, the city commission may grant exceptions to this requirement when finding a sidewalk is not practicable. And then there's another part that says, then it talks about the payment in lieu of a fee to be paid, which you referenced. If it is determined by the city commission that the public purpose will be served by applying said fee to an existing or planned sidewalk linkage rather than constructing the sidewalk on the development site. We had this issue back in June. There was one developer who didn't have it on the plans, the sidewalk. At the time, the way our code was written, when you built a single-family home on an existing lot, you did not have to submit, I think it's called a development plan. And when you didn't have to submit a development plan, that meant there wasn't, that's where the sidewalks would show up, is when you submit a development plan. So a single-family home on an existing lot was not required to have a development plan, and that, by default, gave them the ability to get a permit without showing where the sidewalk was going to be, because there was no development plan. It does not apply when someone comes in for a subdivision. Subdivision regulations require them to show where the sidewalks are going to be. So what we're really dealing with is existing single-family lots, not a new subdivision, and the property is located on arterial or collector, or if it's in the gateway, I think it's also required. And so the first time it came up is when the property owner on a corner the builder was not required to put in a sidewalk on either side on a corner street. As a result of that, I did prepare an ordinance to try to address the issue and presented it to y'all. And you sent it to the planning board for them to review and come back with recommendations. And I don't know what's happened since.
Yeah, I think it's still in the planning stages, because we don't know, it's really messed up. Because where he's at would be, it's gonna look ridiculous to put a sidewalk there, if he's gonna have the only piece of sidewalk.
So I think it would be recommended to say that, as part of the motion, if you're gonna waive it, obviously it'd be better if this was an agenda item, so y'all could see the evidence presented to you to make a decision, so you make an informed decision. But I think at a minimum, you need to say that based on the evidence, you decide that it's not practicable to require a sidewalk in this location.
So we want to say that.
If y'all want to make that motion, I would add that to the motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we.
You gotta amend the motion.
Amend it, okay. I amend my original motion to say that let's see, it's not,
Based on the information.
Based on the
It's not practicable.
information, it's
to
not
require a
practical
sidewalk.
to put a sidewalk in his house. Is that okay? Is that good?
That's the amended motion, and second.
Second.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
motion and second.
Yeah, on discussion side of it, that was during a time frame when we were going through and finding problems with our ordinances and codes and stuff, and I believe at the time staff was developing a check sheet that they would use, so that when somebody submitted something, they could go down the check sheet and make sure everything was covered. And then after that, everything else started running differently. So he was before that occurred, so that's why I agree with what Charlotte asked.
I did have a card from Caleb Troy. We already made a motion to have a second, but her card was already here, so I don't want to overlook her.
It's related to this topic. I don't know, do you have to vote on anything before that?
No,
You just.
the card was here, I just want to hear you.
We haven't voted yet.
Okay, just some food for thought. I know we discussed this at the historic board meeting a couple months ago. Am I allowed to talk about, I'm allowed to talk about the past meeting, okay. We were told that the PLDRC reviewed the sidewalk ordinances and decided that they were fine the way they are. I find that a little bit not practical, especially in a somewhat rural community. My suggestion, and this, I don't know if it has to become an agenda item or if you have to discuss it, or maybe someone can pass this to the PLDRC, but I think there should be an overlay based on your zoning. If you're zoned rural, where it's one house every 2.5 acres, or you're zoned one house every 5 acres, depending on your zoning and the existing conditions, because a good amount of Lake Helen has been developed for quite a while, I think if you're in certain overlays, this sidewalk rule really shouldn't apply, because what is the point of the sidewalks? It's to bring you to the heart of town. To go out, way out into the outskirts of Lake Helen, to think that there'd be segmented sidewalks that don't even really bring you into town, I just don't think it's proper. And I know it's hard to really develop something, but that would be my first thing, would be if there's an overlay, like we have a gateway overlay, we have a historic area overlay, there should be a required sidewalks development overlay. And that might help some of this. That's just a suggestion. That's it.
Thank you.
Can I make one more comment?
Yes, please do.
I agree with Caleb. I have a lot of houses that are coming in right now. And these houses sit on streets that are dirt, Prospect and Cook. I have a house going in, and they're gonna be required to put sidewalks in on both sides or pay it in lieu of fees. We have the other one going in at 630 East Pennsylvania. They abut the villas. They're a dirt road. That's the property that has 770 feet of frontage. They're gonna be required to spend between $15,000 and $20,000 to either pay in the lieu of fee or put the sidewalks in. So it would be good if the PLDRC and the commission could work together to come up with some way to help everybody in the city when they move in here, when they're bringing in for their new constructions, that, yeah, they may pay a fee because they're new construction, but it's not these, you know, some of these are $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 worth of concrete going in. So it would be nice if they could come in with some kind of fee that could be paid as an in lieu of fee, because you're gonna have half-acre lots, you're gonna have, you know, 1/3 of an acre lots, you're gonna have 2-acre lots. I've got another one on Jackson Street, 2.5 acres. I think it's 500 feet of frontage, but they're gonna be required for sidewalks.
In all honesty, this is the first time I heard a response from any comment that the PLDRC made on the ordinance request.
I remember there were 2 times that the chairman of the PLDRC was going to do a presentation to this body, and both times something happened and they weren't able to attend.
The only other thing I wanted to add is that in lieu of fee, the fees are assessed by, I believe, who we have contracted through the city to do our concrete work, right? So they're the one who comes up with that fee.
We use White House, yes. We're
Okay.
backed on their contract.
So that's, you know, kind of another thing is like and I'm not saying anything about their pricing, but if you do the in lieu of fee, White House is the one who dictates what that cost would be. So I'm not against an in lieu of fee necessarily, but I don't know if charging per foot, you know, especially in the larger parcels, you know, when you get a permit, you pay impact fees, right? You're paying a lot of these surcharges to the city. I would think maybe a flat rate may be more fair than penalizing someone who might have a very shallow lot, but it's very wide. You know, I just think that there's kind of not a one-size-fits-all fee. Just another suggestion.
I thank you for that suggestion, and as we're on this one individual right now, it's probably going to open up an opportunity to address other issues. And the comment that you made about the PLDRC and the city commission need to be on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can appreciate that. As for Mr. Cherry, there was a motion, second, can we have a vote? So one.
I would like more information, since it's not in front of me, I don't feel that I'm making an informed decision, so for that reason, I would know.
What would you like?
Zone two, I'm sorry.
All of the document,
Right.
and I'm not familiar with the
I'm sorry.
parcels.
I can give you, I have a
Roger,
copy.
second.
So we had a motion, I seconded, then we had an amendment, and I seconded.
Yes. Zone three.
And just for, I mean, technically, you're supposed to vote on the amendment and the amended motion, but the amended motion was almost a new motion. So I would just make it clear that this amended motion you're doing is the full motion. We're just adding the word, because it's not practicable to it.
I understand.
I vote yes.
Zone three? Zone four? And I vote yes. 4-1, with looking for more information. That's the clarification. Thank you. Cherry, Carrie Spaziani? Corey? Yeah, Carrie.
I'm Corey Spaziani, 150 West New York Avenue. This is a similar issue, kind of like with the sidewalks that I've noticed. There's a new requirement that apparently, after talking to the city administrator and stuff, is a policy that the city adapted. It's requiring any new additions or construction to require an engineered stormwater drainage plan. And then I asked for more documentation on that, and I got kind of letterhead, and it said effective March 14th, 2022, and then it also said effective July 1st, 2021, so I'm not sure which date it was actually effective of. But when I confronted this at the beginning a couple years ago about a project, they said, well, Volusia County does it, so Volusia County implemented this procedure, so now we do. And I talked to Volusia County, went through all their issues. They don't have this requirement based on a blanket statement. It is just on a very small wetlands and 100-year floodplains require these engineered stormwater plans. And so basically what is required for any additions or alterations or new construction per the policy of the town requires civil engineering. And when I was first initiated me a couple years ago, was say that just because Volusia County does it, we do it. And after the conversation I had recently last week, it was like, well, we're really worried about all the houses flooding in Lake Helen and all this stuff. And I was, we talked about flooding, so I appreciate that. And I might have, yeah. But for me, if the overlying rules of Volusia County and all their EPA and all their regulations says basically it's only required if it's in wetlands or 100-year floodplain to have an actual engineered stormwater drainage plan. And for me, I've already been approved by the city to build my addition on my house, but I haven't submitted the plans yet because I haven't gotten that. I haven't wanted to pay the thousands of dollars to have another survey and civil engineering done for it because I don't believe that it's in there. And I scoured our ordinances and our building code and all these things, and I can't find anything on this requirement. And so for me, again, it's kind of a hazy area. You're requiring all building contractors, all citizens that want to do work to jump through this financial hoop that was just a policy written without being voted on or concerned or outlined or gone all the way through. And for me, that just seems very unfair and financially unnecessary. And I have all the, sections and ordinances that the Volusia County very clearly specifies what and who need it. And the first exemption on all of that, when required for that with Volusia County, is single-family homes or duplexes is the #1 exemption for needing this. It's basically designed for subdivisions and wetlands and 100-year floodplain houses.
Is this your plan?
What is that one you're looking at? That's just showing you that all new,
So I agree, it has been a process. I, as a building contractor, have turned in one.
Okay.
But I did it under duress, and I asked for example or reason why I'm required to do this as a building contractor, so I can tell my client, hey, we need to do this because, and the answer I got was, Volusia County does it, so we do it. And then I contacted Volusia County and said, we don't do this, I don't know what they're talking about. And they even emailed me that affidavit, and I went in and got their procedures and all their ordinances that say very clearly who is required to do this and who's not. And 95% of the construction in Lake Helen that I know Kayla Troy and other contractors or other homeowners have had to do this just to jump through because my client said, hey, I would like to fight this because I don't think it's fair or right. And she's like, how long will it take? I'm like, it might take 3 months. She's like, okay, let's pay the $1,200 to have another elevation survey done and pay an engineer to engineer this that we don't really legally need to do. But she was willing to pay the $1,200 opposed to waiting. I would rather wait than spend my hard-earned money.
Did you want to have something?
Oh.
the drainage engineering came about because the city was having so many issues with flooding. Other people's water on somebody else's property. Have we not had that? Yeah. So Volusia County had that up on their website. I reviewed it. I took it to Dominique, spoke to Lee, called Volusia County. They do require the drainage engineering. We send all drainage engineering to Derek Wayne Scott, our city engineer, for review. If swales are required, he puts it down there, they put the swales in. And that right there gets signed off. You can see the seal on the one I think I sent you that's got the markups on it. If there's reviews that need to be done, they go. The property that Corey's talking about is at 312 Lake Pearl. He added 1,200 square feet to an addition to a house and was required to get drainage engineering from the homeowner. And he had no problem doing that. Corey came into the office the other day.
Hold on for a minute. Did I have a problem with that? Can you please specify? Did I have a problem with that?
I did not say you had a problem
You
with
just
it.
said I didn't have a problem with that. You just said that out loud. I didn't have a problem with that.
No, I said that you were doing a 1,200 square foot addition. You came into the office the other day and Roxanne came in and you stated that it was going to cost you $7,500 to do drainage engineering on your property. Now I've given the city commission your COA showing what's on your parcel right now. You have a house, you have another structure, you have another structure that you're going to add on to, and you're adding how many square feet to that?
Like
2,000?
What? Well, that's 2 stories, so 1,000
Okay, so
square
that's
feet.
2 stories. Where's the water gonna go? All we're asking you for is drainage engineering, just like everybody else is providing. Every contractor, every new home, every residence. I even have one showing that they were installing a metal building, a very large metal building, and they gave me drainage engineering. I called around and I got pricing on drainage engineering, and the most I got was $1,500, and it was on a 5-acre parcel. Rick Basso came into this commission last year complaining about the same thing, put an addition, built a new house, put a garage up. He was required to put swales in on a 2.5-acre parcel.
Here's my question, and you said it to them. You said you have people do engineering, and then you said people have surveys done, and then your engineers whether or not you need swales or not. The ordinance that she's presenting and required me to do was say, hey, you need to go get the engineering done, and you need to tell us what it needs. And that was what she told me in person the other day. It was like, yeah, just get a survey with elevations with little arrows on it, and then our engineer will tell us if we need swales or not. And to me, that's not remotely legal or okay to have the city just take a surveyor's arrows and then have a city engineer say, oh yeah, we need to add a swale, we need to add a drainage here. And to me, you can't do any kind of, yeah. So also my drainage engineering and true engineering has to have percolation tests and all this other things. And so that's where, but there's, again, it's not in the ordinance, it's not in the building code, that's where I have a problem with it. It's kind of like, well, some people just use surveys and then our engineer does it. Some people need to go get a civil engineer, some people did. So that's for me, again, it's the issue that like, there's not one rule. And it's not even a rule, it was a policy that was just laminated and put on the wall, in my opinion, according to listening to all the minutes, I've spent hours listening to audio, going through every ordinance and file and agenda meetings and all that stuff. It's not on there. Somebody just put it up on a wall and said, do this now you have to pay the money. And my comment was, everywhere else, including the city of Lake Helen, required a drainage affidavit. That's a legal binding statement that says, if I build something and it affects somebody else's property, I'm legally responsible. And they're like, oh, what's good, a piece of paper? I said, well, if I get a tree permit and it says I'm responsible for a tree and I cut down a tree, it falls on my neighbor's house, that paper says I'm charged. So if I sign a legal, or a homeowner signs a legal affidavit saying I'm required, that's what Volusia County does, and they have a lot stricter ordinances on water than we do. It says, you sign this paper, as long as you fit this exemption, you are now in charge. So if you do something, all of a sudden you start flooding your neighbor's house, then you're in charge. You're in trouble for that. Again, and some of the examples that were presented in Lake Helen were done illegally. They're just people filled up their retention ponds in their yard, then it affected other people. They weren't permitted work. Or they're in a flood zone, or a 100-year flood zone. So that's where if the city says, hey, in the ordinance, you must go get engineering for stormwater drainage, then okay, cool beans. But the fact it was just, hey, present, this is what Volusia County does, so we're gonna do it, without any kind of procedures or open forum, that's where I have a problem with it.
I don't think we're going to get a solution here, but at least you're bringing it to the table. We also have a new city administrator, so make sure you go in there and you talk to him. And I'm sure we definitely need more technology or more assistance in your area, because you're one person in there, and everything that comes there has to go through her. Good, bad, and the ugly has to go through her. And I think as a city commission, I think it's incumbent upon us to, instead of maybe pinching pennies, that we may need to spend a nickel so that we can make a dollar and take some of the stress off of the staff, because I can imagine and I'm in City Hall a lot, so I know the things that come in the door, and it's not always an easy answer in an easy situation, but I think we do, Cara made get the PRDRC and the City Commission on the same page. I think just like we just now had the quasi-judicial, none of us have been out there to see it. We've taken the advice of the historical board and we rubber stamp it. Now, if there's something wrong in that arrangement, we'll only find out after you start breaking ground or you've already done ground. So I think it's more required by us. And it may need to have not just us, but we need to begin to expand our operation, because this city is growing, whether we like it or not. Everybody likes to have a nice, neat little city, but the bottom line is that people like to come here. And once they want to come here, just hit on the thought. The woods of Lake Helen brought a lot of people here. A lot of developers came. When all the lots got used up, then they started looking around to buy property. In my house, in my neighborhood, there's like 6 houses going up. So all of these new houses, there's like 6 houses going up. So all of these new houses that are coming up, they're going to be on the doorstep of our permit people. And whatever the structural damages or requirements, I think we need. If not, we're going to be facing. So I don't know if that was a hand up or is that a yeah?
No, you're gonna have a lawsuit from me, if y'all don't do something.
Well, did you put your card here?
I've already sent you an email, sent it today, sent it all.
Okay. What's your name?
Judith Fuller.
Hold on. I just saw you.
Virginia Drive.
Virginia 529 Virginia Ave.
40.
49. I have that card. I had that email. I didn't get a chance to get around to it.
That drainage affidavit is not worth the paper it's written on.
Okay.
I'll let them build those houses above my, I am doing nothing but getting.
Could you come up? Could you come up here? Are we in the middle of a motion? Or we have a motion in a second? This is public forum. Go ahead. Give us your name, please. Judith.
Hi, I'm Judith Fuller. I live on Virginia Drive, 549 Virginia Drive. I am at the lowest point on Virginia Drive. If I knew this when I wouldn't have bought the house. But the city of Lake Helen let 2 builders build these houses either side of me. And I want to know what y'all are going to do about it. Y'all built them up here, I'm getting their water. My house is sinking. What are you going to do?
That is the first time I'm hearing about this, and I guess we'll have to find some solution to this.
Yeah, I sent you some estimates. I sent all y'all estimates.
Okay. This is today you sent that. I saw
Yeah,
it from yesterday.
sent it today.
I saw it, but I didn't get a chance to read it. But we will pass it along, and I think it will.
And this has to do also with that lovely road that y'all dropped 4 foot. Put a swell in my front yard. Y'all call it a swell, but it's a ditch,
Thank you.
okay?
Thank you.
I need something done.
Thank you for that. One of the things that was actually pointed out to us by the county council. One of the things that was pointed out to us by the county council, this is on a whole nother matter, but it does have some relevance, is that we change city commissions and seats so regularly that the time that the new city commissioner gets in or a new city administration, it's a whole nother situation that has happened. And that is partly why we are now, which is going to, when we get to it, to the ECHO grant. And that was one of the things that was brought up. And those paperwork that I sent, I gave out to you, and this is, I'm just taking this time to just emphasize it. Read that document that you were given, that was from the county and telling us why we had to pay back the $156,000. But right now, we're going to get to that. We're not here yet. Is there anybody that'd like to take a break before we go further? Yes. Let us take a 10-minute break. Please don't leave, or if you do, come right back.
If you slide it down, you're gonna stop it. You can turn it off and start again. It's okay. You can turn it off. I mean, you can stop it. And then
mentioned companies that we're going to interview with all you.
Oh, okay.
But I did say the meeting was 8:30.
Oh, with me, okay.
So.
Well, what is our
Who's Jim? He's about to come from Boston. To like all over. They're the ones. All right. Do that. Exactly. So look at the big kids that have whatever. But even if they don't get that thing that Germany wants to do, they still want to have a meeting with them. There are small companies which might be the better thing.
It's not right. It's not the size, it's just how diligent they are.
I said
Small might be good because we have like a dedicated.
I sent Janelle an email.
I did see that one. Did she respond? Again. But you don't tell anybody. Why would you consider even going to be out? Any correspondence should go to. I'm sorry, I'm not the mother. It's been. She hasn't done a drive.
I could have gone on.
No, you did it right.
Testing, 1, 2. We're on the turn countdown now. In 1 minute. All right, folks, can we reconvene?
Who's going to go?
Okay. We're going through public comments. Underneath Todd. Okay. As was mentioned earlier, I suggested that the comments by the commission would be held on next month to be done at the end. That's generally the way we used to do it, if I can remember. But if there's anyone here that has any other suggestions, we can go either way. I'm sorry, doesn't matter? Okay, so can we wait till the end? Yeah, well, the one thing that'll help you get out of here, because once you don't want to sit talking, you can just, okay, where are we now? We were at the end of the public, Todd Preston had one that was sitting up here. And everything else is echo, Corey, what's the, this is 13B.
Hello, Todd Preston, 352 Connecticut Avenue. I wasn't going to bring this up because we had a lot on the agenda, but then you seemed to be going smoothly, so I decided to put it on there, and then it fell apart, but here I am. I just want to know if I could get the commission to entertain opening up a dialogue to look at the codes regarding septic tanks. Everybody's talking about conservation, protecting the lands. I think it's time for you to address looking at the codes and updating them to start considering requiring advanced anaerobic treatment systems for septic tanks on new builds. Septic tanks Lake Helen is all septic tanks, and a lot of the other cities are going to sewer systems. The state's forcing people to go to sewer systems. If you don't be proactive about this, the state's gonna come back and jump on you. The handwriting's on the wall. I would really like to see you at least start looking at it, whether it's feasible. I really think that when you're doing new construction builds, it adds, depending on the size, $7,000 to $12,000 at a cost, but we're not building $200,000 homes anymore. They're $400,000, $500,000 homes. So you're talking about 1% to 2% additional cost on a new construction build, but it can cut down the nitrates feeding into the water supply by 40 to 60%. When you allow a septic tank to go in that doesn't have that advanced anaerobic treatment system, you're allowing one to go in, it's the same old system that'll be there for another 35 years before it gets replaced again. Once you let it go in, you can't retroactively make them change it. So I would implore you to start a dialogue and take a look at it, because it's time. If you want to do something for the environment, look at that. That would have the most impact over anything else. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay, water metering. New meters for replacement program has been delivered. Update on the installation timeline, and completion of the program will be provided. Any comment? Rick?
Good evening, everybody. I did put on your, up there tonight, a little timeline I had Core and Maine put up together. I was not here when this project started. My lead took over all that, did most of it. He's gone now, so I'm trying to get caught up on it. As of today, we have all the water meters and everything have been delivered to our public works. The tower company, we had do the additional renovations and stuff to get the tower able to put the antenna on, is ready to go. I spoke to Core Maine. They're trying to get a time frame for their contractor to come out and install the base unit and the antenna. Once that's installed, they'll put out some meters in the field to start testing. They're working on the software and everything, and start working on the integration of the billing to our billing for that new one. Their timeline, you can see in here, we're probably looking, they say the latest in October this year, having everything deployed and working. So as I learn stuff, I'll let you know, but we are on the right track and we're moving forward. We do have all the equipment now and everything to do it. So it's just a matter of getting everybody in and getting it done. And they will have a contractor come out. They will put all the water meters in, any meter boxes that need to be replaced, everything at the same time. So it'll all be done at once. And they said between 3 to 4 weeks, probably through the whole town, most of them.
Thank you.
Okay, and one more thing while I'm here.
Sure.
I spoke to the tower company today, that USG, who does our tanks and everything. They're almost done with the addendum for the tower restoration. He did give me some preliminary numbers. It has to get their contract done by their lawyer, then see Scott and everything for the addendum. He said it'd be about $32,000 for the first 5 years. That's to renovate the tower, paint it, everything, and then he said it'd probably drop down between 8 and 12 from there on out, and they take care and maintain it just like our tanks. And they front the money up front once we sign the agreement. They do all the tower, get it all done for us, and then as we go through, same thing we did with our hydro tanks years ago. So I think it's going to be a win-win all the way. We can keep the tower. We have to now. You have an antenna on it. We have our SCADA on it also for our water plants.
Do we need to repaint it, or?
They're going to do all that. And the emblem, the logo, whatever we decide on there, we're also going to add lights to it and everything.
Perfect.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you, Rick. Impact fees. Current impact fees have not been reviewed in the last 10+ years and will require some adjustments to account for the current condition.
Mayor and Council, there are two things that need to be looked at. One is your impact fees were set in 1998, and while no one has challenged them, typically you need a study that ties your impact fees to the fee in reference to what it's covering. And maybe because they're 1998 and are low, they've not been an issue. But I've reached out to a company called Raffatelli's, who's worked with the city before. They've done your rate studies, and they also do impact fee studies. They're backed up right now, but they told me that in the next month or two, they'll get me a price in reference to doing a study on, in terms of the current impact fees and what they should be based on the impact. And the second thing is that in the last meeting, you approved a $500,000 loan with the state revolving loan fund for the water master plan. And you're also going to need a water rate study done so that when that engineering is done and that plan then goes into implementation, that's how you're going to end up having to pay for the almost, I'm going to estimate close to $8 million of construction that could come out of that. So it may be worthwhile, since they do both things, to get a price to see if just in terms of saving a buck, have them do an updated study. But I'll be bringing that back for you for approval. Just giving you an update that those are two things that are working in the pipeline.
So our current update, our current fee has not been looked at or addressed in more than a decade.
What I can find.
And how does that affect our revenue stream? In other words,
Well, your impact fees are restricted, okay? You know, so if you get admin in terms of the building, it could be spent on City Hall, and in terms of that, you know, parks are supposed to be impacts for growth and incremental increases, not repair in terms of that process. So there needs to be a study in reference to what our needs are and the impact. So right now, from 1998, there is no correlation to what we're charging for something to come in and what that's being spent on.
I understand. Thank you. Any questions? Comments?
If I'm remembering correctly, I thought we just did a water rate study that was encompassing of that $8 million project shortly before Lee left. I want to say like 8 or 9 months ago. Didn't we just?
That was the ad valorem taxes, that was the impact fees on construction.
Okay, maybe I'm confused.
Yeah, I think you're referring to the non-ad valorem assessments for stormwater, possibly is what we were looking at. We also had the garbage and the fire assessment. Stormwater was one that was significantly analyzed because the other two are tied directly to contract costs.
Thank you.
Okay. Vacancy on the advisory board.
Does he need any direction from us on it, or are we waiting for?
Yeah, I'll bring, once I get quotes and pricing from them, a timeline, I'll bring it back for you to actually.
You were just bringing it to our attention that
Yeah.
we haven't done it in
Yeah.
10 years. It needs to be looked at.
That's something that we're bringing back.
And you'll give us something later. Thank you. Update. Vacancy on advisory board. I just got a call, well, actually I took a call from Sharon Johnson. Her purse was stolen, and so she's in the process of dealing with that. That's why she's not here. What can I tell you? Stacy Ecker's term in the PLDRC has expired, and he's opted out, opted not to review. Staff has received one application, Sharon Johnson, for review. For the current board members have also been encouraged to seek new members. In other words, what we normally would do in our own zones, we could either nominate somebody and we could then have somebody replace them. I was on the planning board before I got elected, and I don't think anybody replaced me. Stacy's just now coming off, so we would be needing somebody to replace him. We have one application in front of us, and that is Sharon Johnson. Normally what we would do on these applications for advisory boards, unless there's some extenuating circumstances, the person usually would normally be here. And as I said, I just got a call that her situation is what it is. So, and that being said, does anybody have any comments? Sure.
I'm wondering if we can hope I'm wondering if we can hold off on one application that we've got, because I also have a candidate, a resident of the city that is well-versed in this area, and he will be filling out an application so we can submit it and we can vote them together.
Actually, it wouldn't hurt to have one on there because there's a meeting on the 25th. And we wouldn't be able to have another meeting until next month. And it's not like they're competing against one another. We can have them both. There's more than one opening. Oh, speak of the devil. Oh, sorry, Ken, come right in. Okay, so there's one of our applicants came in. So I wouldn't think that we would need to hold it up because it's not like they're competing against one another. It would be an additional seat. The more the merrier. That's what I guess I'm saying. There's usually 5 seats and an alternate. And the alternate, I don't think they have the alternate. I think the alternate is already, I don't know the exact makeup of the alternate, but that's what it was, 5 plus an alternate. And I think we're short too. So, Sharon Johnson, you just walked in at the right time. The application, would you want to come? Well, let's see, where is it? Thank you. I'll read it. Sharon Johnson at 285 Church Street, City of Lake Helen. Phone number, have all that information. Don't tell me your age, if you're a young person. Would you have any problem attending meetings after 5 o'clock? No, I would not. Provide a summary of your education, work experience, professional and social affiliations and interests. Education, a bachelor's degree in informational management, certified in multimedia designs and AA information systems. I'm a retired sergeant from the United States Army after 8 years. I'm the mother of 5 children. My pastimes are historical research, music, reading, and anything else that strikes my curiosity. I love animals and I love to fish. Describe what you wish to serve on the board. I've always been an avid researcher, and I've always had a particular interest in the city of Lake Helen. My family is originally from here, paternally. I know that a lot of Lake Helen, I know a lot about Lake Helen and would like to someday write a book about it. I have been watching the boards for a while, and I know that I would be a help to any of them. Describe the educational experience, interests or personal attributes you believe that would be valuable in participating as a board member. I'm an avid writer. I've always been, since youth, I bring to this table, along with a few talents that would be useful in the projects that the board tackles. I work quietly and peacefully, and I'm a great team player. I have time to do things because I am home most of the day. I'm a retired military, so I have a viable method. I have that I find myself undertaking. I know how to meet deadlines and back plan, and I'm focused. My function is to sit and learn and to then use my talents where they best fit. I am responsible. I will most definitely see it through. I am non-biased and helpful and will always do my absolute best, and I like to see equality and transparency across this board. So there is Ms. Johnson. Would you like to add anything to your resume so far?
No, everything sounds like it's been.
Okay.
Put in there.
That's okay, I'm loud.
Do we have him?
If anyone has any questions,
Oh, sorry. Do we have any motion? Do anybody have any questions? No question? Sure.
Being new to this, with the board, do we typically appoint,
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
That's better.
I'm trying, I don't want my lips on his lips here. Anyhow, I'm just wondering about the board members. We don't seem to have too many boards. with the city right now, like we don't have a parks and playgrounds. They're looking to starting back up, which would help the city. But do we look for people who have backgrounds in, let's say, planning and zoning for that particular board, or parks and playgrounds with those particular boards? We just appoint whomever applies. Is that how it works here in Lake Helen?
Well, one of the things that comes with boards is usually not having enough people. So when people show up and want to show in their abilities to work, that's how it's been. I think the joke about the Parks and Rec was that the last person that was brought onto the board automatically became the president because nobody wanted the job. We don't have Parks and Recs anymore, but the Planning Board is probably one of the most important boards that takes up some of the slack that the City Commission would be not having to do. They're an advisory board. Anything that they decide upon, it comes before us, and it can be accepted or it can be rejected. We are the last word. But they kind of give us some space to do what we don't necessarily have to have another meeting to do. Do I have any motions?
Turn it over too quick. I make a motion that we accept Sharon Johnson's application for the PLDRC.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Bishop. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? None. Welcome to the board. There's a meeting on the 25th. Okay. Okay, we had the vacancy. Oh, the BTR Express.
We put that on in case there was any opportunity that the board wanted to discuss. I know that you got some calls and we had some initial pushback when the folks with the Strawberry Festival were asked to go through the process that the town has for filling out BTRs. And
Would you elaborate that BTR for some people who may
it's
not
called a
know?
business tax receipt. In the old days, it was an occupational license, but the state changed the name involving that because it kind of implied like we knew the people were licensed and were in business. But a business tax receipt is requested, and it's on our books, and it is on the books in many organizations. There are some cities and counties that have waived them. But it does require a business to register and pay an annual fee. It's $65 the first year and then $35 for renewal thereafter. Also, a home-based business is required to file a BTR, business tax receipt, with the city. So when a vendor wants to come into the community and participate in an event, they file one also to do the same. And I know that there was some pushback from some of the vendors, but when we talked to the folks with the Strawberry Festival, we said, well, you were here last year, so if you were going to do this on an annual basis, then your people would get the license the first time. They pay $65. If they come back next year and they're part of that, they pay the $35, because then it would just be the annual renewal. But that also isn't just the Strawberry Festival, it's all vendors. Your local businesses pay that also to have. So if you don't want to have a BTR, you're not required to, or to stop, address whether or not the legalese, but they don't require it. I mean, some entities have done away with it. But typically in the past has been used where I've worked more as a safety mechanism. It was triggered an inspection by your fire department that then would go in at the renewal of a BTR to make sure the exits and the extinguishers in the business and what have you. So it's kind of a safety mechanism. But the point process is that you still want to know who's doing business in your city, and you have a record, a name, an address, and where they're from, and they just register with us to do business. We're not regulating the business.
Is this a business that's in is this a business that is in a home or office, or or is that also inclusive of our market in the park people? I think that was the question.
Anybody, any vendor doing business in your community would fall under the commercial BTR, which would be vendors in the park. And I think the comment was they're being charged a weekly fee now.
Right.
And this would be too prohibitive. Well, if they get a license, it's $65 for the first year. If they're here the full year, they're actually coming out ahead because they're getting a BTR, and then here in the park, they're only paying $35. So it's actually not a financial hindrance to them to get a BTR with the city.
But they would still have to pay that $10 weekly for the space.
Okay, the $10 is for the space?
Yes.
Okay, that's on city property.
Yes.
Okay, now, the question I have is that, the person that's coming out to do a market in the park, and they may just come out for the day, they would have to pay the $65.
Yes.
Okay, as far as how that would then translate to the vendors that are coming out now, that is probably in some cases, they don't make $65. So that would be something that would be either a hindrance, that would be limiting people from coming here for that particular reason, or if we're looking to have something that is consistent, that's fair, is that, you mentioned, have you had that in Littleton when you had,
Littleton is another state.
story.
It's different, okay, now.
But here?
Yeah, here. In Mascot, we had BTR, and everybody got one. The difference there was that the fire department kind of was responsible for inspection, but even events, anybody came into town to get them. You don't have to have it, but it's on your book. If you don't want to charge folks to be at the market or to be a vendor here, then let's bring language that repeals your BTR.
Yes, ma'am.
When,
No, Roger was.
I was just wanted to say, when we go into another town to install our millwork, we have to get one. We're only there one time, but we have to get one.
You need to look at the Florida statutes then, because if you have a business license in another city and you're doing temporary work in a different city, you're not required to get a second business license. For a business tax, you're not required to, if you pay tax in your original city. Farmers markets have a different way that they're looked at, depending on whether they're the standard farmers market, like the Daytona Flea Market, where they have businesses that are actually in the booths, comparing to our flea market where they're residentials or cottage kitchen vendors that are just there trying to show people how well they cook. Or they're trying to get rid of their garage sale stuff. Out of all the vendors in the market in the park, only 1% of them would meet the criteria to have to do a BTR. All the rest of them would fall underneath the exempt status. There are so many exemptions in the state law, which include religious organizations, not-for-profits, non-resident persons regulated by the Department of Business and Professional Regulations, farm agricultural, veterans, veteran spouses, and other certain service members, low-income people, broker associates and sales associates, certain disabled persons, aged and widows with minor dependents, religious. There are so many exemptions in the Florida statutes that a lot of the places, even Volusia County, decided not to do a business tax. One report that I came up with has a projection for the city of Lake Helen business tax receipts at $2,684 annually. So I'm not exactly sure. I'd have to go with Zach to see if that's what we're actually getting in.
No, I'm not advocating the BDR, I'm saying it's your policy. It's so, so
I know.
if you want to repeal that, that's probably a good reason
Well,
why
it's-
other
it's
have,
not
because there's so
the
many
pol-
people are exempt.
It's not the policy that needs to be looked at, it's because the way that some of the farmers markets and stuff are done, if the farmers association is running a farmers market, the association pays the tax. All the farmers that come in or sell stuff rent the spots to sell their stuff. And that's pretty much the same way our market would be. The city owns the market in the park. So the city pays the tax, and then the vendors rent the space to be in there. So do we want to tax ourselves?
The question that I had actually, Roger has a list of the exemptions, and as a suggestion, if we have an application that a person fills out, that list of exemptions would be on that form. And if they could find themselves in that category, then they would possibly be exempt, but it still would require some sort of documentation.
And we have been providing that form since that's come up, and we've actually dealt with some folks who paid and then came back after they were exempt and went through the process of refunding. I mean, this is not a moneymaker, you know, it's not going to.
It's not.
No, and I mean, it's actually administratively, I mean, it's kind of, you know, burdensome. But the point is that it's there, and so, I mean, and apparently, I guess what triggered this was charging the Strawberry folks who weren't charged last year, and somebody made the decision just not to enforce your ordinance.
I've looked at a couple other cities too, a lot of other cities that run markets. They don't call theirs market in the park, but they call them markets. They have the vendors, they fill out an application. On the application, it has all the different exemption things on it. And if there's any fee or anything that they find that they don't meet any exemptions and everything, then they work it out with the city. But this is something that we probably need to have a workshop on and go through and come up to change the policy, and it was brought up a few years ago, and we never did have a workshop on it. So look at the policy to create an exemption for the people that's in the market in the park, because they are limited, some of them are limited on how much they're allowed to make by Social Security because of their Social Security benefits they get. So, if the commission doesn't mind, I'd like this to go to a workshop to come up with a policy for the market in the park.
Is there a consensus or a motion or
I have a card.
concession?
Card in on the subject.
Oh, yeah. Come on,
It's
Kelly.
not blue, but it's supposed to be blue. Kelly Frasca, as a former Parks and Recreation Board member, city event coordinator, and former commissioner, the way that, just a little history on it, it's something you might not know, you know, how that worked in the past. When I came in with Parks and Recreation, we had 2 fees that were charged to businesses that came in for events. And this is not talking about the market, that's a whole different thing. But for events, it was $50 for half the year and $100 for the full year. Now, we had financial support from the city to, you know, buy supplies and everything. Moving on from there, we were asked to try to recuperate our cost. So the discussion was that each event is a different type of event. One might be larger than the other. So food trucks were more money, usually double the amount of a market vendor, not market. Remember, I'm talking about special events. And within that, they still had to fill out the application form. And for food trucks, for food service, they had to provide license, you know, everything that's required by the state of Florida had to be in there and returned into. Also listing your insurance company, where it lists the city as a party. When we moved on, to doing that fee, like I said, every fee was different between events. Some were larger than the others. That fee incorporated that business tax. Because if you looked at, you know, the big picture, I mean, if we're not trying to raise money for special events, for anything, that's fine. Market in the Park does collect money to help us with our fireworks every year. So that is one thing just to keep in mind on how they do it. It's not a benefit to the city as it is with a flat fee for the whole year. It also deters vendors from coming in because they don't know if they can recuperate that cost, especially in the first visit. It might be a bust. But I just wanted to bring that up, that how it was done in the past, as in maybe that's a thought that you guys can workshop on. It's more beneficial to the city to help with, in special events, to help recuperate the cost. Easter's coming up. I'm sure Easter eggs and candy had to be purchased from the city. Even though we have very gracious community members that do donate, I remember the last Easter event I did, we had over 4,000 eggs. And it was a big event. But even 4,000 eggs, if you have, let's say you have 600 kids, really do the math. How many are they getting in a basket? One kid's going to get a lot more than the other, and some don't have any. So, it's just keeping that in mind that we do have expenses with these events, and we are, in the long run, recuperating that business tax cost for those repeat vendors. So I just wanted to bring that up, that for special events, that's how that was done. I didn't run the market in the park, so I can't really tell you too much on that part, but I know that it's a whole different animal. So, thank you.
Just another quick note is the market in the park, the Monday following the activity, Karen brings in the money, and I believe she gives it to Roxanne or Aaron, one of the two. And usually by the end of the year, it's usually generally around $14,000 that the market in the park brings into the city, which pays for the 4th of July and other activities and events that are done, like the Easter egg hunt that's coming up and stuff like that. So it is a benefit to the city to keep it and allow it to continue what it's doing.
Moving on to the March events. Strawberry Festival will be Saturday, March 16th. Sunday, March 17th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Excuse me, be the Leprechaun 5K.
That's on Saturday, 16th.
It's on Saturday. Okay, what's Sunday here?
16th at 8 a.m.
Okay.
Sunday.
Same day as the Strawberry Festival.
Strawberry Festival. Oh, yes, probably the same line. I'm sorry. Leprechaun is on Saturday, 16th at 8 a.m. The Easter egg hunt will be Saturday, March 30th at 10 a.m. Now we go back to the front. And the Echo project. Mr. City Administrator, you want to tackle that? All of what you have in your hands are those that have them. Those are the minutes only from the county of June 30th.
Yes, Mayor and Commission, you all know the history more than I do. This has been ongoing. I think the easiest way to bring it to a conclusion and for the debate for you tonight here, it's no longer a debate about the number of events. It's no longer a debate on whether the events qualify or not.
We apologize, we forgot to turn on our recorder after the break, so there's going to be some minutes that
That's been installed.
we're both there.
Okay. I know there'd been in the past a lot of discussion about the number of events and whether they qualified or they not. That was no longer the issue. The city was put on notice by the county on June, I think it was June 30th, June 20th of 2023, that they put the city on a probation period for 1 year with the following conditions. All visits and inspections of the facility will take place without exception, and if the project is found out of compliance at any time during the 1 year probationary period, without exception, the city of Lake Helen is required to repay Echo Grant back in full $156,620. As a result of the county finding us in non-compliance, they did a demand to the city for $156,626. I met with the county staff on February 27th of 2024, and they had indicated that there would be no extension of the probation. It was determined that we were in violation and liable, and so I asked the county then if that, from a debate standpoint, if they would entertain a repayment program. At the time of the cover letter and the staff report, I had written in that I had requested potential for the first payment. If the board were to agree, it would be January of 25. Second payment would be January 26, and third payment would be January of 27. The county did respond with an email that came in on the 12th and said that they would take the payment plan, but with the modification that they wanted the first payment within 90 days of this meeting, and then the subsequent payments could be made January of 2025, which means the city could budget for it, and then the final payment would be made January of 2026. So the $52,209 would be due in 90 days, and $52,000 would be paid January of 25, and $52,209 January of 26. I think Scott has spoken with the county, and again, this isn't an issue over number of events, types of events, or whatever. It's a violation of the probationary period, and so their contention is that we owe the money.
Mr. City Administrator, I wanted to ask you a few questions about this letter. I apologize I did not ask you in advance, but reviewing your, I guess it's an internal memo, if you will, on page 43, which I sincerely appreciate. This is great. Thank you for this. I'm curious about the last full paragraph there. If you'll note the third line, or second to last line, if you will, it says 52,209 first year, 52,209 second year, 52,309 for the third year. I'm wondering if that's a typo.
Yes.
As the bottom, it has the 209.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying on that.
Yeah.
And the last thing, and this is very nitpicky, but I do have to ask, because I'm a numbers gal, it seems to come up $1 higher if you add them all together.
I rounded.
Thank you. I was just curious.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
No, I didn't.
And I did, I saw the 25, 26, and 26, and that was the typo. I apologize.
From everything that I've heard about this Echo Grant project, the stipulations of us not being in compliance over the last few years and stuff is true. There were deviations done to it. But this is the last 40-year Echo Grant that was issued by the county. And during this past year, 18 months, the odds were stacked against the city, basically because of the requirements that had to be met. And with the staffing of the museum personnel not being able to get residents to come in, because having it open during the working hours when everybody's trying to make income for their families is hard, and having people come in and then people not being there because they got doctor's appointments or other appointments they have to go to. It made it hard, and so the odds were stacked against us. I'm all for just going ahead, paying it, and get it off our back, so that one is gone.
We have no choice. We're just as done deal.
I have a question. I heard that since we're in default of this grant and we pay it back, that we may not be eligible for another ECHO grant for 10 years. Is that true?
When I asked that question of the county staff, they said, no.
No.
Actually, other than this grant, they pointed out some successes that they had with the city, this building, they being one of them. So it wasn't a negative meeting or what have you. I mean, in the sense of you all are blacklisted in terms of that aspect. So that I will verify that, but that was not relayed that we weren't eligible to apply for any grant for 10 years.
Yeah, I had heard that we would be penalized.
Well, there is a provision with ECHO and Forever that if you owe the county money, the city owes the county money, you're not eligible for a grant. But if we work out a deal with them, see, technically, the staff has made taken a position. We have not been formally found in default. Staff has made that determination. It would have to go through their ECHO advisory board, then to the county council to formally find us in default. But if we paid it back, there would be no money owed to the county. So that provision in the county regulations that you're not eligible for a grant if you owe them money would not be applicable. And if they agree, we'd have an agreement with the county saying we'll pay this amount on these dates. As long as we're in compliance with that, we don't owe them any money. So we should still be eligible. But the administrator can't confirm that.
Yeah, I'd just like to check that
Yeah.
out. That's kind of a big
But
deal.
but we would not owe them the money, even though we'd be paying them back over time. As long as we paid them on those dates, we would not be in default to them and owe them money because it wasn't due.
All right, and then just one other question. I know that the museum has been a part of this, and the museum wasn't open at times. Will we continue on? I guess the commission would have to make a decision whether we'll continue keeping the museum in City Hall, since they are part of the ECHO grant over the CAC. So would that be a vote
The
from them?
museum and city hall is not part of the ECHO grant for the CAC. The
Right.
museum and the CAC is part of that.
Right.
Two
But-
different.
I thought that's what I said, maybe not.
No, it sounded like
Okay.
we were combining them together.
Okay, but we can continue then to keep the museum here in City Hall, wherever that is. Right?
Yes, because the only reason that the museum moved down there and even opened up that little area was to help us stay in compliance. And the problem is it's staffed by volunteers, and they just weren't getting the help. And it's
Okay.
like, it's kind of hard to, so it's nobody's fault.
They came by a couple days, they inspected us on a couple days,
So-
that it was closed.
It's nobody's fault.
So,
No, I know it's not our volunteers' fault.
and basically what, I was there at the county council meeting, I spoke a lot. There's a restrictive covenant. You get an ECHO grant, you get a restrictive covenant. And if you violate a term of that, they can demand the grant back to be paid. And it's in full for half the term of the grant, and then it starts amortizing over the second half of the grant. And as Roger indicated, grants today are 20 years, but when we got our grant, it's 40 years. So we would have been amortized out just about under a 20-year grant. We were, I'm not exactly sure how it would be applied, because I asked the county that we were really close to starting the amortization and whether or not that started yet. And potentially we were about a month away from having $7,500 amortized off and dropping by 75. Every year it was going to go down some, but we just didn't quite get to that 21st year point from their standpoint. But the way they calculated it looked right. But the county basically said, the way I took it, is we are tired of giving Lake Helen breaks. And because the county's presentation was a list of all the issues they've had with the city since 2003. When we went there last, in 2023, they went over 20 years of issues. And even though we're not technically entitled to a break, if we violate the term of the grant per the rules, we're not entitled to a break. They could demand it back at any time we violated any of the obligations of the grant. But what the county council emphasized is, the way I interpreted it, was staff, no more breaks to Lake Helen. And we had an issue with in June is when we went there. Well, right before that meeting, they did an inspection, and another time we weren't open in that June for one of the days they went by there. And that came up during the county council meeting. And I implored Lee when we left. I said, we can't just rely on 2 volunteers. We've got to build up a volunteer force. And I even told Lee, I said, if this museum you find out that museum's not open, and you can't find someone else, you take your cell phone, you take your laptop, and you go sit down there for those number of hours. Because we got to stay in compliance for this 1 year. Technically, yes, for the whole time, but we knew we were going to be under a microscope for this next year. And, it just didn't happen to work out. And as I told Jim, I don't really have a good legal argument to make to them. I mean, I had a legal strategy on dealing with everything else, but not this issue.
Well, I appreciate our new CA at least trying to get us on a payment plan
Oh, yeah,
because
definitely.
we didn't budget for it. And I'm starting to get a little concerned about our budget right
Unfortunately, you have time to pay it off, but this is, if there's any solace at all in this was a $156,000 interest-free loan. You pay no interest on it for 20 years, and you're just paying back the principal amount. They're not asking for interest or default interest or anything like that. We're just paying back what they gave us, and we were able to use it for 20 years with no interest.
I'd like to know what we did with that $156,000 since we didn't do it down at the CAC.
What's that?
I'd like to know where that money, $156,000.
I can show you, if you want to show, I can show you the original grant, and it was all outlined in there, all the donation services were in the original grant. I unfortunately went through all that.
Joey, just a quick background, because I know some people weren't here. The building originally was built by the team program, is what started it. Most of the money, I do believe it was somewhere around the sum of $850,000 that was either donated. Charlene and her husband were a contributor towards it. A lot of other people in town contributed towards it, a bunch of our businesses, to build that building. Originally it was built for a community center and to house the team program. The restaurant was originally built inside of it to get kids to do the serving and stuff and help fund the team program when that grant would ever go to a lapse. Unfortunately, before it could get up and running, the county came and said they're not going to support no more government entities no more. At that time, we did run all the community programs that was ran through there. So unfortunately, it's not your guys' fault, it's just the fault of the things that the county cut that short for the teen program. At the time, we had a die-off of kids of that age in the city for like 8 years. They're starting to come back around now, especially with the woods of Lake Helen. But that's where that kind of fell apart. It's not really anybody's problem. As much as I think the county and everybody throws money away, I think it kind of sucks they want us to pay the whole money back after 20 years. But I talked to Keith a lot about it. Keith was heavily involved, put a lot of his money into this building. And I'm one of the ones that helped build it. And I guess I support just paying it back, make it our building again, and let the community use it like they did. I think the gym is a good asset there. They do a lot for what that building was originally planned for. Like the events for Halloween and stuff. But this point where they're trying to have us have a museum with, no offense to the museum there, because the ladies do a great job, but for us to use a whole room for a museum to keep this grant going, it's kind of crazy, but
I
people
actually
just
think
use it.
we're the ones that brought them the idea.
No, absolutely. But I'm saying, but we put
Right.
me and Keith talking, we put ourselves in a position that we're using one whole room for a museum instead of letting the citizens use it.
Right.
And ultimately, it's the citizens and the people that live here that put the money into to build the place. So.
Yep. And it was from kids, and it still should be.
And it'd be nice to see if a teen program go back in there one day.
Thank you.
If you want a little bit of the history from when I was involved, and I wasn't too much involved in the First Amendment, although I was here. It evolved from the teen center to the city running a cafe, I guess, as you explained. But then the city got into renting it out for for-profit restaurants. And we really got way away from the concept of Echo once we did that. So when Jason Yarbrough was here, he proposed, and Becky, Whitty, they proposed to Echo, we were gonna have a museum, and we're gonna have a for-profit restaurant, and the purpose of that for-profit restaurant was to bring patrons in who would go and visit the museum. The county signed off on that. I don't think they were, in hindsight, like the idea of what they signed off to. And because there are not too many for-profit restaurants funded with Echo money. Echo stands, just so you know, Echo stands for environmental, cultural, historical, and outdoor recreation. Those are the 4 categories that they want to spend this money on. So it's hard to plug a for-profit restaurant into that. And we had various restaurants there when we did the amendment with them in 2015, I think, with Echo. We had the Deckers were there. And then I know we ended up, I think the company's name was Sinatra's.
Sinatra's was there.
At the end. And they did very well. My understanding, they were doing very well, and then COVID hit. And so the restaurant had to shut down. They ended up giving us notice that they were not going to renew their lease, and the commission decided to go out and get proposals on what to do with that facility, and that's where we got to with the gym. Accepted the gym's proposal, we had the gyms there, and that's how we got to where we are today. But the museum aspect, the issue that triggered the letter we got from the county for not being in compliance, that goes back to 2015. That was a requirement in 2015. That's nothing to do with requirements that the gyms were supposed to perform in the agreement and things like that. That was an old requirement that came from our First Amendment, not our Second. So that's kind of a very brief history.
Well, if I can elaborate on that, at the time that the Echo went before the board for approval, I had also written 3 grants for my church, and at that particular event where we had to present, it's where I first met the chief. And I saw he had his badge on, I saw his name, and found out that we were writing for the same grant. As a result of the creative arts opening, as it became, they had resources that were available, and as they said, they were not going to fund the staff. And by not funding the staff, it kind of pulled the rug out from underneath us. What they wound up doing, and this is before I became on the commission, what we wound up doing was the restaurant was only supposed to be a canteen, and the canteen expanded to a restaurant, and there were actually 2 other restaurants before that. There was a former guy was got a pizzeria up in Manhattan, and there was another lady that was a former Navy cook. She was running it. But the bottom line is, I just usually use this as an example. That yellow spot there, that yellow square is $156,000. That's what $156,000 brought to the Echo, to the Creative Arts Cafe. All that around it in black, that was what was donated by the community, construction, contractors, you name it. I know Rick Basso was one of the ones that donated tens of thousands of dollars. The fact was that the Echo, which is that yellow spot, it was the anchor to the grant. And the building that was around it was actually ours. We have been basically trying to accommodate the Echo so that we would not lose the $156,000. At the time when I got elected in August, I would use the opportunity, just as I'd asked our new city administrator to do, to go down to the board and act as, I'm the new kid on the block, I just got here. What's happening with the echo? And I was surprised that most of the people I talked to was somewhat vague. But over the period of time, I kind of grasped it as that I talked to, of the 9 members of the county council, I talked to at least 7 of them. And I never got a direct kind of, yeah, well, you guys are whatever. What I attributed it to is that you sit in dozens of meetings reviewing hundreds of documents, and to have clear idea of what particular program was what. Evidently, they didn't appear to have any real animus towards us, but it was something that was actually brought up because they said that when I went and met with Mr. Burnback, who was the former director, and he basically was saying that, well, you know, we had 6 grants that were non-performing, that were not being compliant. And so the word was that they were supposed to make as many of them compliant as they could. And what they did, out of the 4 that they did deal with, 2 of them just gave the money back because they had been given the money, they hadn't done anything with it. So it was down to Lake Helen and another city. What we got as the pushback was that we were the poster child of how not to run a grant, supposedly. Rick Basso was there at the June meeting along with Scott, and basically what was being brought up was that it appeared that there was another organization, and I'm just reading, and you have it in your document so you can get more into it than I'm just going to give you the surface of it, that it was another organization that had an issue with the way that we were running it, so that other organization kind of brought some heat to us, to this particular issue. The bottom line is, when I did speak to them with that, I'm just the new kid on the block, what I got was, well, you know, we've been trying to work with you, and this was only in August, so that means that this June 20th meeting had already occurred. August was the election. I went in as the mayor-elect to get some information, and they were pretty stonewall about it. Well, we're going to look into it, and, well, can we make an arrangement, even try to, since we're a teen program, right next door to it, you got 120 kids in the Boys and Girls Club, and the Boys and Girls Club doesn't do anything but do teen programs, so maybe we could interact them in. That wasn't going to work because, as they said, the Boys and Girls Club had to be open 24 hours, and not 24 hours, had to be open every day. It had to be open to just the Boys and Girls Club, not people walking in off the street. So that was a hindrance. But the bottom line is that we were supposed to only need to come up with 10 programs a month, and they could be on Fridays and Saturdays. The Boys and Girls Club could have inserted themselves in a way that would have been allowing us to keep the program in place. But as Scott said, what I got was, is there a way that we can modify this so that we can make an arrangement? And I was told that because we had defaulted in the past, that there did not seem to be enough leeway once we became on probation. So the probation was basically one wrong move, and they pulled the trigger. And the trigger was pulled basically on 2 events that they claimed that they came to the Creative Arts Cafe, and there was no one there. They weren't able to get in. So they needed an excuse, they needed a reason, they got it. So now, where are we now? One of the things that I wanted to find out from Scott was that because the gym had made arrangements, and I'm sure if anybody was using it for a wedding, that they made plans in advance, so it would not be something that it may be catching somebody off guard. What are the obligations that we have? How do we find out what obligations that have been committed in the past and in the future that we would be responsible for, or would the gym be able to make some arrangements?
Well, I mean, you have to decide what you want to do with the contract. I mean, the contract outlines what the gym's in the city's responsible for it. Contract doesn't say it ends just because the grant ends. That's not a termination event. There are terms and conditions in there that yes, the gyms have to comply with the ECHO grant, but there's other terms in there that talk about, in general, the events. So even though the ECHO grant gets paid back, you still have the terms and conditions of the grant, which still govern what the facility needs to be used for. And in our agreement with the gyms, we say comply with the grant and also do cultural events, family events. There's language in there. I can find it if you need me to read it. So you do have an agreement with the gyms. And the gyms are still responsible for $250 a month in rent that we set aside into an account to help pay for repairs. They pay half of our utility bills, and we can go forward with that. I mean, this doesn't have to say our relationship with the gyms automatically ends just because the ECHO agreement.
I wasn't looking for it to end, but the question that I had is that in the first paragraph of the contract with the gym, the first paragraph was that their primary purpose was to make sure that the grant was being maintained. So that not being done, would it be feasible or more productive that we come up with another contract with the gym?
That's another option. You can say, even though the grant is being paid back, the terms and conditions of the grant you still have to comply with because they were attached to the contract and we outlined the stuff in there that you have to do. Even though we paid back the grant, so we're not going to have the county overseeing whether or not you're in compliance, the city will still decide whether or not you are complying with the grant. Granted, the whole purpose when we initially did this was to make sure our facility complied with the grant and the way it was operated. But then when we did the second one, we backed out the museum. That museum became the city's responsibility, no longer part of the gym's responsibility. So the gyms had their part, the city had their part of the responsibility. So we can continue to go forward with that, or the parties can sit down and try to, come up with a new agreement on how that will be operated between the parties. That's fine to do too.
Doesn't that contract expire like in?
2 years.
It was a 2 year?
Well, it's a 3-year agreement, but we're done with 1 year, so you got 2 more years.
2 more years.
Mhm. And there's renewal provisions that we don't have to renew. And there's termination for cause. If you're not satisfied that the grant, that the gyms are complying with our agreement, you can give them notice and say, hey, you need to come in compliance within 30 days, and if they don't, you can terminate them.
Well, the bottom line is that we'll be able to get we'll be able to get the building back. I think that's most important, that we could either write it on our terms as opposed to, write it on our terms so that we can then come to some agreement that would be mutually agreed, mutual beneficial for both the grant and the city. I mean,
The gyms and the city. And you may decide to keep the language is written broad enough, and the grant was written broad enough, where they weren't, and we weren't restricted on doing what we did. We just wanted ECHO events. We needed 10 ECHO events on average. Is what we were trying to do.
Let's get back with what the administrator needs.
The payment?
Make a motion to authorize the city administrator to negotiate with the Volusia County ECHO program on a 3-year payback agreement.
Instead, technically he did. And they came back.
I'm going by the motion.
Okay, yeah. How about we make a motion to accept?
Well, that's the payment would be.
Yeah.
To accept the agreement that the town
that was offered.
I'd make a motion, well, I'm not gonna make it, but.
I make a motion to accept the
Proposed
ECHO program proposed payback.
We have a motion and a second. Any questions? All in favor? Aye. And so move. Okay.
We have a consensus that staff work with the gyms after
Yes.
this for a mutually agreed upon
Is that a motion or?
amendment.
Should we have a workshop on that?
I think the staff will work with the gym.
I think we should have a workshop.
Okay, we got staff. We have a staff workshop. We have is that a workshop would be, I think the workshop would bring us back to the table and put us more in touch, because one of the problems that the ECHO here apparently is that we seem to be out of touch. The city seems to be out of touch with the ECHO, and that was one of the problems. But think if we get back to the place where we can have a grant, that we're not a grant, we can come back to the table, have a workshop and get a little bit more closer, handle on this, and we can go forward. So we don't need to have a motion for a workshop. Okay, so I'll leave that to the city administrator to try to work up a workshop schedule. Okay, so now we get into the fun stuff. I'm sorry. Did we have to do a motion on the crosses for Christ? Was that a motion required, or was that just a conversation? That did not get a motion. It didn't get a motion nor approval. It didn't get a motion, it didn't get approved. No motion, no, didn't get anything.
Just a discussion.
It was a discussion. Anyone?
Going back to the process from prices, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with all of the input from the city attorney. We know what the law is, what we have to follow. So I make a motion that we start that program and project back again.
Second?
I'm not really clear on what you said. I'm sorry, could you repeat it or restate it?
Yeah, Scott, go ahead and do the legal.
Basically, she's referring to, I guess, what I said. So what I would interpret you saying is that we would allow the crosses to be installed with the understanding that that is now, we have a policy of allowing anything to be installed pretty much on the type of stuff to be put on city property. That, if other people want to put other type of symbols on the city property, we're gonna have to say yes. You can't start picking and choosing the, and I don't know enough religious symbols, so once you go beyond the cross, it kind of confuses me. But, if somebody wants to put some other religious symbol up for their particular holiday, we're going to have to say yes. Now, the other thing it says is we need to incorporate the crosses and any other symbol with other decorations of that event. So, such as with Christmas, we have a nativity scene. We also have Rudolph and Santa Claus and a Christmas tree. Here, we're going to have an Easter bunny, eggs, lilies, whatever decorations. And we could also do that if somebody wants to come up with another religious symbol for a particular holiday, then they need to incorporate that into non-secular type symbols so it doesn't convey a religious message. And so I don't know enough about religion to know if that's something that can be done or not. These are the, Christmas and Easter are the two ones I think of. But there could be others, but they just need to incorporate other symbols of the particular event that are non-secular, that would, so the symbol that's put up is not just a religious, secular type of message. If that makes sense. It is tough. Easter and Christmas are very easy. Once you go beyond that, now it's a little harder, because I'm not sure what other religious symbols you have.
And at Christmas. But at Christmas time, we also had a big angel out there. Yeah, so, thank you.
Well, the angel was owned by the city.
Well,
That's
we're
where.
still put out.
That's where the confusion's coming in, because this is a citizen wanting to put the
It
decoration
actually,
on.
Roger, it doesn't matter. The litigation I've seen for, if the city owned a nativity scene and put the nativity scene on city property at Christmas, they get sued. It doesn't matter who owns it. It's going on public property.
That's right.
So that's really the issue. So you just gotta incorporate the religious symbol with the non-religious, non-secular images of that particular holiday. That's all.
Exactly.
I have a question. Is it only so now if we open it up for religious, anybody can put any religious, is that all it opens it up to, or can anybody request anything be put up there?
I think it would have to be, I think it would have to be symbols related to holiday events. Some type of a holiday event. We try to limit it to some type of recognition. It may not be a holiday event we recognize, but it would have to be a holiday event. And the religious symbol would be incorporated in non-religious. If somebody came up and just said, hey, I just want to put a cross here, the answer is no. They just come up and say, I want to put up a menorah. No, not going to do that. But you got to tie it in with everything else. And I can only really give you good descriptions of Easter and Christmas. There's only two good ones I can give you.
What I'm saying is, like, if somebody wanted to come up and decorate City Hall for Pride Month or something like that, does that, I mean...
That... Well, I'm trying to limit it to holidays.
I believe there was recently a court ruling that prohibited any flags of that nature or of any other nature.
There was, the courts allowed on public property, the city can say we are only going to fly state flags. City flag, the state flag, and the government flags. That gets distinguished when you start regulating what people can fly on their own.
Or if they don't want flags, what if they just want signs?
It might, it very easily could, yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say it can't. We would just have to look at it and see. I know once you open it up, you open it up.
Right.
That's the issue. So and typically the most of the litigation, all the litigation I've seen about this is Christmas. That's what it is. And the only cities that have gotten in trouble is when they just put a nativity scene up, they get in trouble. If they put up a whole bunch of Christmas decorations, also including the nativity scene, they don't get in trouble. But I haven't seen where the issues, and I can research that to see if it evolves into if somebody wants to put up other type of signage on public property. Normally signage is not allowed on public property. The cities can put it up, it's their property, they put up their own decorations. The cities can't put up a symbol that promotes a particular religion or they run sidewalks. When you start allowing other people to put things on the property, it creates a bigger opening.
Last year, the city had bunnies and eggs.
Like another workshop.
Yeah. Well, a motion without a second. It's without a second. Let us move on to the final. We have we had the evolution of a conservation project. Well, I think we can continue on. The proposed property consists of 27 individual properties with multiple ownership. These parcels total 65 acres on the west side corridor of Lake Helen, and 5 parcels which in total 26 acres were recently nominated entry to the Volusia Forever program. The purpose of this workshop was to discuss future planning. At that workshop, I mentioned to the audience that we all knew that Bobby Luther, who has the property that's from Summit all the way up on Main Street. And it was brought up in that meeting that there was an individual that was also a county council person, which is David Santiago. And Nancy Weary indicated to me that he was not going to be, I asked her specifically when she said, well, I don't think it's going to go forward. And I asked her, what did you mean? And you said, well, I'd rather not speak about it right now. So it didn't give me any clue as to where Mr. Santiago was involved with it or not, but we did get what we call the, the explanation that there was either on March the 8th, there was going to be an assignment of the
A or B list.
the A or B list. And as a result, if you wind up in the B list, that you could go up to the A list. Whatever the A and B list is, I think the A probably is a better list, but the A is a desired list. Listing. I'm talking now, please. What as a result of this conversation, yesterday, David Santiago and individual representing the property came into City Hall. Now, someone said that, because I got an email, someone said that, Nancy Weary said that I had convinced the developers to pull out of the Echo Grant, Pollution Forever, and as a result, I somehow managed to create this scenario. I can guarantee you, Bobby Luther has property all over the state. Not only does he have property all over the state, that he's also using, I would say, if he's competitive, he is competitive as he's playing 5 and 5th dimensional chess. Now, as it turns out, on February the 28th, his company made a motion, sent a letter to our city administrator to say that he was following through with his development plan. And the development plans that he had could be already approved because it was in the commercial zone. The fact that it was his property, that he could make a decision what to do with his property, that would be up to him. When I did not know this at the time that they came, because basically I was following up on what was happening with the Echo Grant. And Mr. Santiago was one of the ones that spoke in our behalf. So I wanted to know what was his scenario, because we were at a place now that the city administrator is, what we just now did was giving him at least directions to offer the city a counter offer. Our initial offer to them was, let us pay us $50,000, whatever it is, in intervals, in 3 years, and let those 3 years, let it begin a year from now. That was the offer. The counter offer that they came back with was, no, we're not going to give you 9 months, we're going to give you 90 days. So we got a counter offer, and the counter offer seemed to be as good as it can get, that we won't have to pay the whole $156,000 back at one. The Echo Grant, but I'm sorry, the Echo Grant, the reason that it was brought up in terms of the Pollution Forever is that the Pollution Forever was what we were giving the rating on. Where we are right now is that the Pollution Forever program had two willing sellers. And of the 2 willing sellers, one of them on February 28th said that he was no longer interested in the program.
That is not true.
Well, that's the letter that we got, and I wish we would wait until we finish, please. I'll give you that respect. So now where we are now, I'll let my city administrator bring us up to where we are now, because I did not, could not, would not tell them what to do with their property.
And I don't think you have that.
Neither would I.
But I wouldn't say that you did, you didn't. And that's what I was told. Not told, but that's just what I saw in your email. So I take offense to the fact that somebody would basically bring a blatant lie into, with my name attached to it. I did not say anything about
Please allow the city to do business. Hush.
Yes, ma'am.
Or be removed.
I won't go on to do that, but she has a right to speak, and I have a right to speak. So if you can hear me, I've listened to you all night. I haven't interrupted you. So let us get past this point, okay? So I would just ask that the city administrator would give us the technical parts of where we are right now as to where this stands and who said what when. I'll leave that to you.
Mayor and Commission, you had a workshop, and Heather, I found another typo. I wrote 23rd, I looked at my calendar, it's the 22nd.
22nd.
I'm gonna watch my days, all right? We had a workshop on Thursday, the 22nd, to discuss the Volusia Forever program at City Hall. And in that discussion, there were, at the time, 2 property owners that had been identified that had indicated to the county that they were interested in participating in the program. The county had a representative from Volusia Forever come out and talk to us about the program, the process in terms of that aspect, but that they would only deal with willing and selling owners. During that workshop, what I asked of the board is if you had a problem, if I reached out to the owner to determine whether or not he was a willing participant in the Volusia Forever, because he also had a development application going through the city that was for that site for commercial development. And I brought the zoning board just to show it's the red property under there, and it's referred to as the city's, one second here, the Gateway Commercial District zoning, which was adopted in 2018. After our meeting on the 22nd, I emailed Denande Investments, which was Mr. Luthra, and on February 28th at 3:14 p.m., he sent an email back to me that he was interested in developing his property. They were at City Hall on Wednesday this week and met with the mayor. I was invited to come up and to meet Mr. Santiago and Mr. Luthra and his representatives, and had the discussion again about Volusia Forever. And he indicated at that meeting that he was withdrawing his application from Volusia County and that he was no longer interested in participating in the program. He sent a letter that came in then yesterday late via email, and I sent that out to you all. And that letter is addressed to Tim Telfer, Resource Stewardship Division with the Volusia Forever, myself, and to the mayor. And it's to notify us that I'm withdrawing the application for the above property to be considered in the Florida Forever program. If you have any questions, please contact me at your convenience. The reason it was on the agenda tonight was to bring back information about the properties, the parcels in the area, what the potential cost might be or whatever to the town. You can still have that debate or that discussion, but based on Mr. Luthra, it won't be about his property.
I actually asked him to keep it on the agenda as opposed to, if this would have been another scenario that this property with the area that is located, it's this man's personal property. Same thing would be held through for the Costa property. We would like to have that property under Volusia Forever. He has a developmental plan for it that does not include Volusia Forever. We can't make him do what he not want to do. In this particular case, I'm almost surprised that they haven't done anything with this before. The emails that I've got, basically, I'll just say Bobby Luthra has had this property for nearly 25 years. He has been sitting on this property as he developed property all around the county, all around the state. It may be his time to come this way. If it is his time to come this way, We didn't prevent him. If there was some reasonable idea that we could have done when we made in 2018, when we made the Gateway Corridor, we made those decisions that we were going to keep it commercial. The fact that he now wants to turn what he's already been sitting on and make it commercial, he has every right to do it. And there's no way in hell I would have told him, well, we don't want environmentally protected areas. We want you to invest money in this town. It don't work that way, folks. It hasn't, it won't, and it don't. So I take offense that I'm looking at myself, looking at people writing me, telling me what I said in the meeting that they did not attend, about things that mathematically is impossible, that they would have made a decision by coming to City Hall that would have changed their idea and their plans of making and developing property. It's just ludicrous. So so whatever it is at this point, we are in a position where the city doesn't really have a lot of leeway here, because that red area that they set up there, it is for commercial, and in the list of things that is zoned for is residential, non-residential, but assisted living position. That's what's on there. There are a list of things that are not on there. But the one thing that, and again, I will also put out one thing that I've been sitting on this board long enough to know, that when developers want to come into the city, they do their homework. They know our they know our charter, they know our comp plan better than we. They're not going to spend money to come to a city that would prevent them from coming here. So if he's going to spend money here based on what he has the ability to do, it's either our shorthandedness for not taking a more proactive state, or the fact that the city is actually growing, and there's certain things that we're going to have to go along with, whether we like it or not. As long as we made the criteria for that property to be developed. The city made that criteria, not the developer, not Bobby Luthra, not Bernard Burton. The commissions before this commission. And every time a commission leaves, what they leave behind, the new commission has to pick up on it, unless they just go ahead and change it. We haven't changed it. It stands the way it is. So I just say, I've been working every day in this city, and to think that somebody would have the temerity to think that I would stoop so low to do something so despicable, it's an insult. I don't know who you are, who you think you are, but this is not the place. This is not the time, Nancy. For us to be able to get beyond this place, beyond this point, we need to be able to do this together. This is a together thing. We have to do this as a city, and it's not no me and the band, and it's all about me. All I've heard earlier is I. This is not about I. This is about us. This is about we. And this is who the city is, the city of Lake Helen. Now again, every letter, email that I got them in the last 2 days. I did not have a chance to respond to all of them, but I guarantee you, I will send out a response to every person that sent something into me, and I appreciate them. So, at this point, there's nothing to vote on, there's nothing to argue about, there's nothing to be able to, this wouldn't have been on the agenda had it not been for the fact that it became an issue. Because it's a non-issue. We don't have a responsible way to move other than going and follow the law. We may not like it, but that's where we are. Sorry about that.
Now we get on to what's actually needed to get the Forever project going.
Thank you.
There's the property was put on the B list. The B list means that the property has some stuff that the Forever program needs more information on. And a lot of that has to do with the city's commitment. Is the city going to be commit to doing the maintenance for the area that is going to be designated for conservation? Is the city going to be willing to put up a certain amount of percentage of financial assistance to help the Forever program purchase the property? Those are the two main ones that need to be answered. There's a lot of other properties in there, and there's a lot of other ways of still having the conservation project. There are things that municipalities and government agencies are allowed to do when developers are developing an area, to negotiate with them to change their plans, to make compromises, and to bring programs in that benefits the citizens more than what the entire development does. I've had meetings with David Santiago. I have not had an answer back from Bobby Luther yet. David Santiago likes my idea, and he's going to talk with Luther about it, about increasing the buffer areas and maybe eliminating one or two buildings to increase the buffer area and create an area, a park area and stuff, where if they do have a residence facility there, that the residents there and the residents of the city would be able to use the area to look at and see the nature and see what's going on. So there are still ways of saving the property. And there's a lot of other properties all the way down the stream to protect the waterway and protect our water resource for that area. As far as the zoning maps and future land use and everything goes, the commission can change those with a vote. It's not something that is written in granite. They can be changed. And that was one of the issues that somebody told me about a year ago, when I was talking about the 5 parcels that are involved in the conservation area that the city owns, and how to handle it so that it doesn't get changed in the future to something else by the city. And that, on those 5 properties, is that we would need to turn over the development rights for those properties. 3 of them are in the swamp. And St. John's Water Management ain't gonna let you do anything with that anyway on the swamp area. 2 of them are a little bit high and dry, but would be great for the trail system. So those are 3 of the issues that the Volusia Forever program is looking for the city to handle so that they can continue going forward with this project. So with that, I make a motion. Okay.
I spoke to Mr. Luther yesterday, myself, and I texted him and he called me right back. In fact, we have decided that we will have lunch or coffee together. I'm going to get back with him tomorrow so we can meet. What he told me was that he was told that 50% of the residents wanted to go commercial property. Well, that wasn't what I was getting through the emails. It was more like 80-20. Now, my stance, number one, is I'm all for commercial. I think it needs to be done in the right way. I think we can still move forward with the boutique look, but that's really not my problem right now. I don't understand why we couldn't have had a special meeting where all of the commissioners could have been involved and hear what was being said with the deals that obviously were going down, or the discussion that was occurring, because it affects all of our zones. I truly don't understand why the zone commissioner wasn't in that meeting. If that ever happened in my zone, I would be very upset. It's my job to listen to the voices of my constituents and go and talk to any developer, I don't care who they are. As I said, I talked to Mr. Luthra, I got a different story. He certainly can sell his property to anybody he wants to, but he did, when we had the workshop, whatever date it was, he had the application for the Forever Program, and he had his other application for development. And we were told by the county representative, Mr. Telfer, that's not unusual. That happens all the time. People are constantly leveraging. You know, and Luthra's a smart businessman. That's what he was doing. So I don't know where he got his numbers from on 50/50, but that's what he told me yesterday. So I will be meeting with him and trying to find out what occurred, since I didn't find out anywhere else.
Well, just so you know, the mayor and the city administrator and any of us, are you inviting us to your lunch with them? Because they are allowed to meet with anybody they want to, and they do not have to invite all of us in there.
Well, I realize that.
So it's,
This was a project moving forward on the property.
that wasn't a project.
I know what.
He sent out an email telling us to all try to get clarification. I spoke to Bobby myself. And he flat out said, I am not moving forward with Volusia Forever. So as far as him having a meeting with him, I mean, that's his prerogative.
It's right, just like I'm gonna have a meeting.
Exactly.
I didn't, there's
No,
no
you
argument.
just said, I know, no, I'm saying, because you said we should have all been invited into
I
a
think
workshop.
that we should have had a special.
Well, we could
meeting.
do that too, but
Yeah,
he still.
But it's done and over.
It is.
I just think that as a commission who's trying to become, you know, comrades here and keep everybody abreast of what's happening in the zone, I personally think that that would have been the best way to handle it. You would hear, I would hear, we could do the same thing. Now, we're all gonna be meeting separately, you know.
Unless he wants to call us, we want to call a special meeting and do it then.
Well, it's dead now.
Actually, what Mr. Luther has actually offered was that he wanted to actually meet for lunch at Sinatra. I told him, no, why don't you come to City Hall? I got a new city administrator I want you to meet. I want to put the city administrator on point. City administrator came into the meeting, we had a discussion, there was nothing guaranteed, there was no short deals that was cut, it was just an introduction. That's all it was, an introduction. And why would I need to have more than one city commission? I think it's already been, I think my city administrator has already had to deal with more than one have a meeting with them at the same time. You can't do that. You can't do that. So I can have a meeting with the city, with an individual, and see, I don't want to give Bobby Luther any more credit than he's owed. But if Mr. Cherry wanted to come and speak to me and the city administrator, I wouldn't have a problem to have him speak with him. If Corey Spaziano wanted to come and speak to me and city administrator, I wouldn't have a problem with that. Why would Bobby have so much? Be different. We always talk about we want to be able to be, we want to be uniform in what we do. So it was, and we had just now had we had just now had an ethics class that basically sort of kind of be careful what the appearances of improprieties are. Having a meeting off-site in a restaurant and maybe having the city administrator show up, I think that would have been a real problem. If I didn't get my own receipt to bring the receipt back that he didn't pay for my meal, I think that would have been a really problem. So to alleviate that, you can come to City Hall. Anybody can come to City Hall. anybody that, especially a citizen or a homeowner or a property owner, can come to our city. And we are not above having to have conversations with anybody. So I would just say, Roger, you have something else to say? Yeah. Okay.
I want to get back to the forever requirements again.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you for keeping us on point.
The first requirement, I make a motion that the city commit to the maintenance of the conservation area when it does get approved.
Is that a certain percentage or a dollar amount?
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Maintenance.
And what is it, do you have a dollar figure that you're proposing, or are you just?
$20 an hour per person that, or whatever their pay scale that we're paying the maintenance people to do it, and the volunteers go out there on their own. I mean, it's a city maintenance issue.
Which property are you talking about, Roger? Is there any one specific, or is it general?
The conservation area,
To be,
when it gets approved,
when it gets approved?
yes.
Which areas are there? Is that the one that you're talking about, Bobby?
It would include the whole 28 parcels from Main Street down to the Lake Mason.
Even if you don't have a willing seller?
There are willing sellers.
I'm just
It's-
asking you, it's not.
It's the conservation area. Whatever area gets approved for the conservation area, the city will commit to doing the maintenance requirement.
There's a motion and a second that we will maintain the maintenance conservation area. And we have a second discussion? We do have a second, that's what I said, discussion.
Yeah, no, for that, because we don't have a dollar. I don't know who knows what that could cost us.
I can't hear what.
All right, the question was that we
What
don't,
that could cost us in the long run.
He's talking about the use of public works employees.
I understand.
Ricky, how much does it cost to clean up Blake Park? How much does it cost to clean up the cemetery? It's a maintenance issue, but done by the city and volunteers.
What kind of maintenance are you working on doing on conservation area?
Picking up trash.
Yeah, and keeping the trail.
If we do a trail, keeping the trail clear.
There's less maintenance here than there is.
I think one of the things that Ricky also has to struggle with is that he's shorthanded staff. And one of the things that has always come about, and I've used this in the past, is that we hire somebody for this amount of money, and he has to do this amount of work. And then over a period of time, because we don't have the adequate manpower, this keeps going up, but the money doesn't. So at some point, we're either need to get more personnel, and then more personnel could be an ability to do the work that we need. But right now, Roger wants to make a commitment to do the work, and whatever that amount costs, then we'll deal with that at the time, because we don't have a dollar figure up front.
Well, even Ricky can't give you a
Well-
dollar figure for our current ones.
Well, that's also attaches to your motion, because it means that we just want to have a blanket. We want to keep it clean. We want to clear it up. Whether or not if it's $30 an hour or $10 an hour, we want to get it done. That's the motion, that's the understanding I have.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
include city maintenance people and volunteers
Okay.
who are willing to go and keep the trails clear and the area cleaned up.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Zone one.
I would do public comment.
I'm sorry.
I would do public comment on it before you vote on it.
Okay, thank you.
And then secondly, you might want to define what maintenance is. To say that we will agree to do maintenance defined as picking up the trash and cleaning the trails and mowing the open fields, or whatever it is that you're envisioning as the scope of maintenance, because maintenance could be broader than, they may interpret it broader than we're thinking. So I would suggest defining the scope of maintenance.
Okay, so you want some public comment? Anybody have public comment?
You have a card.
I don't have a card. You first.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I would like to point out to you all that in June of 2023, the City Commission unanimously voted to support this project for conservation, including all
of those 27 parcels with all of those multiple owners, including Mr. Luthra. You came back in January of 2024 with the new commission, and Mr. Mayor, you signed a letter of support. So why did we accept an application? And I'm gonna say, I fully support Mr. Luthra's choice. This is a willing seller program. Mr. Luthra had been a willing seller for almost 3 years. I don't think a lot of you understand that. He withdrew his application at 1:44 with me yesterday after meeting with you. So I do know a little bit about what I'm speaking of. Going forward, we still have a willing seller. We have several willing sellers that are willing to fill in the other 40 acres. And I'm gonna tell you, whatever anybody in this room decides to do, you better look at the hydrology and you better look at the real, true environmental sensitive areas that you have to deal with before you even build. And I will go on to say that as we move forward and we talk about bringing in the interlocal agreement on this project, for bringing that sewer over here, I want every one of my neighbors to know, because that is supposed to come down Main Street. If your system fails, your sewer, by law, you will be mandated to hook up to that. So there needs to be, and I have asked for the past 3 years for full, open, and honest discussion and transparency by everyone. There is nothing that I've tried to hide. I totally value this man's rights to do whatever he wants and anybody else. Before you tonight, you still have another willing seller. You have a lot over there to try to save, and I would advise you all to look into that.
There's a lot to be said there. Nothing that was said by me or was accused to have been said by me was said by me to nobody. I'm not talking to you right now. I've already listened to you. Please let me speak. What was mentioned in the workshop, what you just brought up was the questions that was asked for clarification. You seem to have now information that you had then that you didn't have now, that you had then, but now I'm hearing it. My point is that if there were a modicum of belief that there was nothing that was going to prevent them from going ahead with the signing on to this project, it would not have been an issue. I just wanted to know what were your plans, meaning, because I raised your name, Mr. Santiago. You said that he's definitely not going to go along with it. He's not going to go forward with it. So I just need to speak to him. Go ahead, Ms. Betty.
One thing I'll say is that there was a question as to why we accepted an application. By law, we have to. We couldn't have, there was a question of why did we accept an application from a property owner to develop their property? We have to. By law, we can't reject it, even though this person has indicated they may go through a pollution forever program. I believe one of the commissioners said that the person, the head, Tim Tippler, I think, told you, very common, that people pursue both tracks. Because you can't deny somebody a building an application for development just because they're maybe pursuing some type of ECHO or Pollution Forever funding grant. We have to accept it, and they probably do that to jack the price up. That's why they do it. You know, get the maximum dollars, American way.
As long as we know that, we can still play that game with it. You know, move forward with it.
But we still have, we have to move forward with his development application by law. There's things that we have to review, and we have to do things within a certain time period. Once he submits the application, we got to go through that process, and we apply our regulations to it. And what we do with the ECHO is up to this commission. There's nothing we have to do by law. This is all policy. When they submit an application, state law tells us what we have to do. So there's some state laws that say this is what you're going to do, and this is the time frame you're going to do it within, that we have to follow. we can go both tracks. Apparently, right now, this individual has submitted his withdrawal of his piece of property from it. That's his choice. So we'll keep looking at the development plan. We have to review it by law. And if there's other parcels that are still being pursued, I think Roger's motion addresses those properties. We're still willing to cooperate and be involved as it relates to whatever property is involved in this project. It may or may not include Mr. and Ms. Grove's property. Right now, it doesn't include it because he actually withdrew it.
Scott, I have a question.
Back, wait a minute.
If I-
Can we get back to the motion? We keep on diverting off and talking about the property and everything on Main Street, and the development, stuff like that. That has nothing to do with this motion. Let's get it in order and keep it on task. To answer to the question on the maintenance requirements and stuff, it would be general park maintenance requirements. Whatever type of maintenance is done to maintain a park is what type of maintenance we would be committed to.
Thank you. Comments? Betty?
Betty O'Loughlin, 715 McKenzie Road. I see one small problem with this. San Diego is a county council, right?
Excuse me?
San
Diego? Yes.
San Diego is a county, okay. And he had a talk with you and Luther, right?
Yes.
All right, the Volusia Forever requests come before county council. So he would need to recuse himself from this. He put himself in my book, and I've been doing environmental stuff for years. He never should have had a meeting with you and included Bobby Luther with it, because it does not look good, because then the Volusia Forever, all these different properties, once they're talked about through the county, through the Volusia Forever group, go before county council for a vote. And so,
Miss Betty, he owns part of that, he's part owner of that property. He has to recuse himself anyways.
okay, well, I just noticed that, so
Right.
I'm thinking like that. If he
That's
is
why.
actually part owner of it,
Right.
he'd have to recuse himself. But I saw that, and that was like a red flag to me.
That would be transparent of him to be able to say, I'm a party to this deal, but as a city commissioner or as a county commissioner, I'll have to withdraw from this.
Right, but
Just like
that's-
any one of us, if we had a piece of property or a project that was coming to the
I
city
know,
and we
but
would
that's-
directly benefit from it, we would have to recuse ourselves.
But sometimes when people don't know that, I know. I've been doing environmental stuff for years, and they squeak this and they squeak that, if they want to get something through. But I'm glad to know, I appreciate her telling me that he actually is, I was not aware of that. So if he was part, he will have to recuse it. So I will be at that meeting anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more, Kelly?
Yes, gosh, I'm gonna sound like an echo. One of my questions was, what was Santiago's relationship in this property? But thank you, Commissioner, for shedding light on that.
Is that gonna come up at our meeting, the last meeting we had,
What?
that it was mentioned that he was part owner?
I mentioned that Santiago was a party to it, and I couldn't get an answer. That's why
He said that, yes, but it wasn't a conflict of interest.
he wasn't there. It was
No, I didn't,
Mr. Talbot. I don't remember. I do remember bringing up his name, because at that time, it was the only name that I had, specifically was Luther. Yes. Oh, you already spoke?
No, I did not.
All
I
right,
did
go
not finish
Sorry.
my speaking. As far as the A and B list, on March 8th, the Volusia Forever went ahead and approved for the B list, mainly because this meeting right now hadn't happened before the Volusia Forever meeting. We did not know what the city, what the city stance was as far as agreeing to that property. I respect Mr. Luther as far as whatever he wants to do with his property. You cannot say anything otherwise, and I understand that. But I will say that it's sad. It is sad as far as when I moved here to Lake Helen, I might not be here as long as everyone else, but it was a relief, especially from South Florida where we have so much concrete and you squeeze everything in. But to see the trees, the natural resources that we have and the wildlife just start dissipating and disappearing here. And I know that a property owner is able to do with what he will, but I just have to say that it's really sad to see what you love about your city start to disappear. And I really respect Ms. Weary for 3 years championing to put together the idea of conserving this natural resource that we have and communicating with property owners that are interested. We still have a chance to save what's out there with the property owners that are willing to sell. And I hope that the city sees that and understands how important it is to have those resources and to conserve those properties as they are. And ideally, you know, it would have been nice to have the Dondi property as part of conservation. And since that's been removed off the table, I hope that the city will keep in mind that there is the possibility of an easement. And if Bobby Luther and his team are interested in pursuing that easement for conservation, I think that being the last resort as far as having any possibility of conserving that area, so that way those resources are intact. I hope that our city, and I ask our city, please support that.
Thank you.
Please support that, because that is something that we can't take back. Once you lay down that concrete and start digging in there and start putting in all that, it's not going to come back. And once it's gone, it's gone. We don't want to be all concrete. At least I know I don't. Thank you.
I'm gonna make this real quick.
Go right ahead.
Message. I just want to relay the message to you that I was informed by somebody else. And I'm sorry if I understood you wrong, but I agree with the attorney that you guys need to specify what you guys will do for maintenance, because I was told that part of their maintenance program is removing invasive plants, and that some of that involves by hand work. And you're talking about a lot of man hours for his crew to be out there working on a trail that could, you know, in the future cause a lot of problems with the other work that needs to be done in the city. You wanted to y'all to be aware of that. So I'm just relaying the message.
Appreciate that. Much appreciate it. That being said.
We don't buy cars or just containers?
No,
I've got a card for that.
Kurt, I got Kurt.
He left.
Did he left?
He left.
Kurt left, I'm sorry.
Ron Perry.
Ron Perry?
I didn't see his card.
I didn't either. Sorry about that, Ron.
Ron Perry, 451 West Michigan. I appreciate Nancy for all her hard work. She's put a lot of time, a lot of meetings. But the new city administrator, I guess, I don't know under whose direction, put the site plan for this new development. And I don't think that site plan should have even been shown to the public. Has it gone through the historic board? Has it gone through, you know, who approved that to be, like, that's given a lot of problems. Is there gonna be sewer, not sewer? You know, I look at that plan, I see 9 septic tanks. I mean, we shouldn't even be talking about a development, so I'm glad Roger is trying to get us back on track and just vote on the property for the conservation and not a new development. Because here's a new development that comes up in our agenda. Mr. Hurley's been trying to get property and increase our tax base across the road, across I-4, and we just keep on rolling, steamrolling. And now all of a sudden we're getting thrown at, oh, we got this new developer that says he can do anything he wants. Well, he can't. We know that.
No, that's
All right.
Mr. Luther's stuff.
Yeah.
That's what that is, and he did submit.
Oh, this is his development.
Has it ever come before the historic board? Has the plans been shown? Has it been approved? Has it come to the commission? Why is it all of a sudden out here for the general public as part of our agenda? It shouldn't be on our agenda sheet. Let's talk about that development when the development comes through all the channels that the city has set forth and be done with it.
I think it's because
It was part of the package.
Part of the package, yeah, well, it should have been put in the package.
I think it's being transparent and sharing everything.
It's his concept plan.
It's a concept. Well, thank you, Ross. That being said,
Got a motion and a second.
got a motion and a second and a vote. Vote. Would you restate the motion? Roger, sorry, you keep going back. Yeah, bring you out.
That the city commit to the maintenance plan for the conservation project.
That's a second by Heather, Assistant Commissioner Rutledge. Motion, second, vote, all in favor?
Aye.
No.
No? Finally get one of these votes where I got to be the tiebreaker. For the purposes of having at least, I'll say yes. So, what I'm saying is, yes, 2 no's, 3 yeses. You can explain all that for us when we get around to it, what we're gonna be doing.
Well, the maintenance would be done by city officials and the volunteers that are going to go down and do it after it becomes a designated conservation area.
That's the if.
Yeah.
Okay.
World survives on gifts.
Thank you for that.
All right. The next part of the requirement is a financial commitment from the city. And since
Is that another motion?
I'm getting ready to make one. And since Luther has submitted a letter to withdraw his, it only leaves it down to one piece of property. But it would come up again for any future properties that come involved in it, that we'd have to vote for the other properties also. But for what's presently on board before the Forever program, I can make a motion that the city commit to a 20% financial involvement in the conservation project.
Up to what dollar? Doesn't matter.
Right now, I think it's about $4,000.
Motion?
So we're
Second?
gonna say up to 4,000, or we're gonna say up to, okay, good, what it happened?
Well, the property's only valued for about, what, 8,000?
Roger made his motion, it was 20% with no cap. The question really is there a second for that?
Is there a second to that? Going once? Twice? No second.
Just to let you guys know that a lot of these commitments are requirements for conservation in these projects from the Forever program. And if we don't commit to it, the programs die. And then you get concrete, the trees are gone, the animals are gone, your water resources are gone.
So I would like to see if we could restate a new motion with cap. I'm not opposed to it, I just don't feel comfortable without having that parameter set. That's why I did not second. Would you like to restate or?
Well, one of the things is trying to put a cap on something, you don't know what the value is until it gets on the A list and then negotiate the price for it. So, and I don't know by the time they get to that point, how much property is gonna be involved. So just based on the one that's still a seller, the cap would be about $2,000.
fellow from
Come up.
forever.
Come up to the
I
mic.
did say a small town like ours might be only required 10%. So why don't we go with the 10% instead of just saying 20 right off the bat?
Well, the big thing with them saying probably is that the Forever program generally has a minimum of 20% as your starting figure.
If they said that to us repeatedly, that it's 10.
Sometimes the program will actually buy the product, so we don't have to give any money. You know, I mean, we may have to, but there are all situations where they sometimes get funds and they actually buy the property if they want it then.
You want?
I was just gonna say, if we're talking about the one parcel, the Thomas parcel, the tax office has its market value at $29,500, which isn't the same as sales value. And that figure at 20% is $5,900.
Okay. Is that a cap of 6,000?
So in the property, the nursery, gyms, or
No,
what the
this
rangers?
is property.
No, I understand. My question is, are you wanting to add it to the conservation program as well? And that's,
This is a total different subject. The gym, station, and the conservation program on John Street's totally separate from this.
It's this. It's up here. It's this little corridor here.
Yeah,
The other one's over here somewhere. Yeah, thank you. That's the firm that we're talking about down here. I don't know if that helps on visual, so
Yeah.
yeah, no,
that area is what he's,
but I didn't hear the gyms coming, so I'm like,
I'll make a new motion that we commit to a financial commitment of 20% with a cap of $5,000.
Motion? Second?
Well, 5,600 or something, but 5,000 is good enough. That gives us about 18%.
We have a motion with a cap of
okay, second.
specific, okay? No? Oh,
$5,000.
We already have a second.
Motion Roger, second. $5,000.
Yes.
Motion Roger, second.
Right. Okay. Start to the left.
Yes.
On 4,
Yes.
it's on 3.
Did
We did put a $5,000 cap. No? Okay. This side?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And I'll go yes. Okay, folks, it's been real and lovely.
Wait.
I'm trying to get out of here.
No. I have things to say too.
I know, okay, we have now the commission's comments.
I promise to have some brevity with this situation. So we touched on it earlier in public comment. Mr. Preston already touched on this topic a bit, but I wanted to revisit the conversation of septics. After our last meeting, we did have, we replaced the septic system at Mitchell Brothers Field, and we revisited the conversation via email. Mr. Preston addressed us, and I wanted to bring that back before us tonight to see if we could revisit the conversation, maybe have another workshop, and really drill into what the city wants in terms of septic. Do we want to offer incentives? Do we want to start requiring the nitrogen offloading septic systems? Apology if the language isn't quite right on that, but I would like to see if we could revisit the topic. And because I don't really feel that we got an answer after our last workshop, and the board has changed since then. So if you all are amenable to it, I would like to suggest that we have another workshop to discuss this. Okay, great.
Motion second.
Do we need a motion or just consensus? Okay, great. My last order of business is, we received an email from the Volusia League of Cities in reference to, their awards banquet nominations that they'll be having a banquet in, May. And the deadline to submit a nomination for this is March 29th. One of the categories is Employee of the Year for Public Works and Utilities. I think you all can tell where I'm going with this. So I would like to make a suggestion that the city send a letter nominating our Public Works Director, Mr. Mullins, for this. And I've typed up a letter. I wanted to just read it. If you all are okay with the suggested letter, I can send it over to the city administrator for the final tweaking of it. But the letter is suggested to be: the City of Lake Helen wishes to nominate Rick Mullen for Employee of the Year in Public Works and Utilities category for 2024. Mr. Mullen is deserving of this award for an extensive list of reasons. He is well known in Lake Helen and its surrounding communities for his outstanding work ethic and immense love of our community. As Public Works Director, Rick can be found waist deep and full of water, doing the hard work that it takes to repair a water main leak or elbow deep in any project before him. He does not feel he is above the dirty jobs and will always be the first one there and the last to leave. You can find him working on community goals or behind the scenes on most ongoing projects in the city. Rick is not one to shy away from hard work, and his determination is well known throughout Volusia County. Through Rick's vision and his many invaluable connections, our city was able to build a brand new public works facility in 2019 for only a fraction of the cost, saving our taxpayers a significant amount. He is a firm believer in being a problem solver and consistently shows up not only for city staff, but for his neighbors. Rick's outstanding service to our community is not only shown in the 25+ years he has held a position as a city staff member, but was felt reverberating throughout our community when he attempted to retire. Once the appropriate amount of time had passed, the community collectively came together in all forms, email, letter, public forum, to support his rehire. The city all but had banners and folks on rooftops shouting support for him. The resounding support was astonishing and a clear reminder of just how invaluable Mr. Mullen is to our community. If you all are amenable to that, I would send it to city staff for consideration.
Was there a word number, 500 words?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, there's a list of requirements, and it's no more than, I don't think so. It just says submitted and approved by department directors, city administrator, or elected official, no more than 500 words. And then there's 4 criteria: exhibited work performance above and beyond the call of duty, proven sound judgment, initiates ideas and has integrity, is dependable, excellent rapport with citizens and fellow employees, provides solutions that result in cost savings. Sounds good. Consensus is, okay, thank you. That is all I have.
We had a lot of discussion tonight about conservation of Lake Helen and everything. 1977, when I married my wife at Lake Memorial Baptist Church, I got introduced to Lake Helen about 6 months prior to that. It has always been a nice, quiet town that has held me true, and I am very committed to it. I am committed to the conservation, creating green space as much as possible, and creating an ecotourism system in the town that will actually bring in a lot of the businesses that cater towards the outdoor sports arena. I know a lot of people throughout the county. Most of them are in the fire service, some of them are in the law enforcement. And every single one of them that I talk to talks about Lake Helen and how great it is, how it's still not being overdeveloped, and that's what I want to keep it as. I have been accused that I am against conservation. No, I am not. We, as you've heard tonight, we are bound by the laws of Florida and by the property owner's rights. That has a drastic effect on everything. But everything is negotiable. Comes down to the development, they start negotiating different things. Things can be negotiated if people change their mind. Bobby Luther changed his mind on the development, on whether he was going to be in the Forever program or not. Whether he had correct information or not, I don't know. If he had misleading information, I don't know. But there's also that slim hope and chance that maybe he'll change his mind back and put it back on the list. I don't know. But I am committed to making Lake Helen a nice area where people can go out and walk and still hear the birds. Hopefully from a distance see the bears and the bear cubs. I know we got a couple of gators. I don't think we've had any crocodiles yet. And no pythons yet. On the other note, if anybody keeps track of special days, yesterday was Canine Veterans Day. So all those veteran canines out there, they should be appreciated. Tomorrow, Friday, the National American Legion's 105th birthday. For Todd, we'll have cake Saturday. March 21st, Rosie the Riveter Day. Everybody knows that one from World War II. March 25th, Medal of Honor Day for all those recipients of the Medal of Honor.
That's my birthday.
March 29th is National Vietnam War Veterans Day. So all of us Vietnam War veterans, that's our day to honor and celebrate. So let's keep all these people in mind and all the history that we have in the United States in mind, the history we have in Lake Helen, and the future that we are committing to for our offspring in Lake Helen.
Not much has happened in some, I certainly spend a lot of time on the phone. I seem to get a lot of calls from other commissioners, zones. Not unhappy, just wanting to talk. I've been very happy, and so have my constituents, especially out in the villas, are very happy with meeting Jim. They're thrilled that he's here, and hopefully, and they're hoping, from what they're telling me, that we can move forward, that he will remain transparent, and that he will stick to his word. And I've assured them that he will. If he doesn't, he knows I will not be happy. So, but I think he's working out great right now. I just would like to see this commission move forward. It's kind of sad. We're all going to be dead before we can even put a brick on, Lakeview Drive, or work down around Papa's Pizza. I think we need some workshops on looking at giving incentives for commercial property and build out that area. Work on City Hall. We've got a beautiful historical building that's a mess, and not a dollar is being spent on it. Money's being spent everywhere else. We don't know where it's going. And I'm thrilled that we have a budget. I'm still not happy with our bills paid, the way that it comes out. I can't read it. The descriptions are not good enough to be able to tell who's being paid, what's being paid. Credit card bills, you don't know what's being paid from that. And I don't have time to go sit for days and look at all of the invoices. But it does look strange, and I have talked to Jim about it. that I hope that someday, prior to me getting off this dais, that the people that I represent will be able to look at a sheet of paper as though it's a checkbook and know where our money's going.
There will be a community appreciation celebration next Saturday, March the 23rd, from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Melissa Park, 450 West Ohio Avenue. Everyone's invited. This celebration is the community's appreciation for the new park. It is being totally funded by donations. So anybody wanting to donate to the cause can contact Roxanne, myself, or Earl Farmer. And yes, that's all I have. The date is Saturday the 23rd, so next Saturday. I'm sorry, what? It's from 10 till 4.
Kelly pointed out, and I forgot to remind everybody also, Saturday is our first annual Veterans Leprechaun Run. I know I'm wearing the billboard on me. Anybody's welcome to come out, sign up, and enjoy the city around. Afterwards, we'll have pancakes and drinks and cake.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that I really cherish the fact that I'm in this seat. It took me 14 years or 15 years to get here, and I didn't do it the easy way. I did it the hard way. I did it the way that would not necessarily put me on Front Street, but I was always in the background. Anybody had anything that they wanted to have done, they could always look forward to find me there. So I'm not a flash in the pan, but I also want to be able to let you realize that where we are right now, we have come a long way, but if we want to go further, we're going to have to be able to bring more talent and more personnel into this, because the young lady was sitting at the table, she is going to be overworked. Our city police department is going to be overworked. Our city public works director is going to be overworked. And we are sitting here counting nickels and dimes, and sometimes we need to be able to look a little bit further than the dollar in front of us as to make sure that our city can be able to maintain the type of living that brought a lot of y'all here. I say y'all because family was here when I got here. But I think we all need to be able to bring something to the table. And so it's been my pleasure, and I have not shrunk away from this job, nor the responsibility. I have an open door. I have phone numbers that you can reach me by. I have emails that you can reach me by. I'm accessible. You don't want to talk to me, that's your business. But I'm accessible. So again, I think it would be a nice day to say good night to all of you, and thank you for coming out.
Yeah, my wife's off next week.
I gotta take my daughter down to the Keys.
Okay. Oh, God, I love that, like, if you're gonna go fishing.
Yeah, well, I found another one upstairs. Close to the US. And then we might see custodian records. She's might still be open.